Flint up there and went over on Prison Road at the Houston Inn and all that stuff. And you all, with their rolls and everything. That's what Flint stay out of when entities, these rolls from the south come up here, act like that, and all. Look at my 34 when they come to the Mercury. Studying what they supposed to say to the people. They start bragging with lawnmowers and stuff and won't get the people. Every house in the city is condemned that tank. You should have just like we go down and build from ground up. But they don't. Every time somebody try to do it, they interrupt it like, man,
Today, I just wanted to say thank you for the time and comment. Specifically, want to speak on Resolution 230312 that's under consideration later tonight, the governmental operations committee. So this calls for the lane reduction on 5th Street and Court Streets from Ann Arbor Street to Lapeer Street. So I just wanted to speak in favor of this resolution because as a resident who lives on 5th Street, traffic is a major issue. As you know, it's a 4-lane one-way from where it intersects at 5th Street and Court Street to where it goes down to Lapeer. And frankly, it was designed in an era where we had traffic volume that demanded that many lanes. Today, people still drive anywhere from 20 to 30 to 40 miles an hour over the speed limit at times. There's accidents outside my house at 5th Street and Grand Traverse on a regular basis, almost several times a month. But also, I think what really is exciting about this is that it can be an opportunity for the council to consider a future vision of the city that really envisions more than just automobile transportation. I'm also the founder of a club called Social Cycling in Flint, which we started 10 years ago with the intention of getting more cyclists on the roads and trying to make Flint a more bicycle-friendly city. Bikes aren't just for recreation, they are an essential form of transportation, and it's often a social justice issue where folks who can't afford to own a car or if the bus isn't accessible for them, bikes remain one of the only accessible options remaining around. So this road diet has the opportunity to transform the surrounding neighborhoods around downtown as well as downtown itself. So I strongly encourage the council to support the resolution and take every action necessary to really slow or tame our traffic on 5th Street and 4th Street.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to address council?
To the council, my name is Reverend Fremont Terrell Jr. I reside at 214 East Pulaski, 48505. This is very beautiful that I see here. Renovate your home. Now it's time to get down to business and renovate my home.
Amen.
Cut the check.
Amen.
Cut loose the money
Amen.
that should have came to the residents of this city. It's sad that you all sit on this money and can't come together to allocate where the money should go. 16 million to the land bank, millions over here, millions over there, and millions right here that we didn't even get any punch or cooking when we come through the door. Yeah. Where's your hospitality for all of this beauty that you're sitting around? Now I can't see your kneecap shaking. I just want to say this to all of you all. You have been elected by the citizens of Flint, residents of Flint. I got to hurry up as a Baptist preacher and close. Let's get down to business. You've taken care of your house. Now cut the check. Take care of it. Now.
My name is Doug Matthews, and I'm a retired social worker living at 1520 Linwood Avenue in Flint. I want to discuss an important aspect of Flint City Council procedure, points of order. Think of points of order as outlined in the Flint Council Rule Chapter 25, as the traffic laws for our meetings. Their essential purpose is to ensure that all participants adhere to council rules. Their objective is to preserve the structure and lawful proceedings, not to hinder or to foster division or to permit disruptive behavior. Unfortunately, certain city council members have misused points of order, like traffic signals gone haywire. These members may intend to disrupt, delay, grandstand, or promote their personal gain, such as getting clicks on TikTok and YouTube, selling merchandise or services, soliciting donations through platforms like GoFundMe and Cash Apps, and advancing their political agendas nationwide. Thankfully, your council rules provide a solution to this issue. The next time you hear a loud point of order, followed by a political tirade that does not promptly specify any rule violation, council members can act at the time of the abuse by immediately raising the following point of order. Madam Chairman, rules 25.1 and 25.2 require that a valid point of order address significant rule violations impacting our substantive rights. The previous point of order lacks specificity regarding any rule violation. I object to this improper use and request the chair to rule on my objection and the fire the proper point of order. Let's work together to ensure that points of order are used appropriately, just like we all follow traffic rules to keep our streets.
Thank I guess we have a warning that you hear. That is your time. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, my name is Muriel Samuels. I live at 828 Elmont Avenue. I am a lifelong resident of the city of Flint. This is my home and always will be. I speak to the council this evening to please support the paint project for Court Street Village, Fairfield Village. I see here that there's a resolution to remove it. I call that community the diamonds in the rough, because that's what I think we are. But there are homes there that need attention. And one of them is paint projects. I ask you to please support the paint project for Court Street Village and Fairfield Village. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Janice Monroe. I live in the Fairfield Village community since 1949. But first, I'd like to thank the council for approving the work grant for our community. However, driving through the community, we really need to have this paint project. These are vintage homes, and it's been decades since they've been painted. I would really appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diane Solomon, Safety and Beauty Chairperson. The residents of Fairfield and Central Park answered the call of what would make them stay in their homes, keep our historic neighborhood, and what would make them leave, what was most pertinent that they fix. We came here for what the city of Flint residents reported they needed in our neighborhood. And your response was, it may not be critical. They have damaged shingles, wood rot, and chipped paint, possibly damaging the soil. You want us to understand that people need more, but it's our project, we are ready to go right now for our projects. I told my neighbor to apply for the paint project months ago. I avoid him now a little because I don't know how to explain why it's taking so long to get an answer from Norma, our person from First Street Village, of whether he made the list about it. He's retired, and his wife still works because they have an adult housebound handicapped son. So do I tell him he gets food for thinking about the holes in the exterior of his house, about the paint gone, which makes his house stick out from all the others? I cannot. We did a grassroots effort to find out what was going on in our neighborhood. Now, it seems though you guys want us to do a top-down and take your advice on what's critical, not what the residents in our neighborhood said is critical to them for these dollars. I want you to consider $5 million spread out over 2 seasons, 2 and maybe a quarter seasons. And who's gonna do all that work? Who's gonna spend all that money in the amount of time that we have? Habitat has a lot of money, but they're already 2 years behind. I don't think they can say
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for taking the time to hear me. My name is Adrena Niles. I reside at 914 7th Street, 7th Ward. I have resided in that area since I was in the 3rd grade. I am 65 years old today, so I have certainly seen the changes that have came to that neighborhood. I have been grateful that I have been a recipient of the paint project and the difference that it made in my home. My home was built in 1929. That was one of those homes with the shingles. I have neighbors and strangers coming to me as my home was being painted. How can I get that? Your home looks different. How did that beautify our neighborhood? So again, I would just ask the council to consider that project on behalf of those seniors who cannot be here. My mother is 88 years old, and other seniors that have went on. But we need to speak up for those. There is enough money there to spread out through the city. The one thing we do not want to see is that this money is returned and no one benefits from it. Because that's what the government will do. So again, I'm grateful for your consideration. We thank you for making the roof project. If you're welcome, if you would like to see the difference that it makes, please drive by 914 7th Street and see for yourself how the curb appeal, how it brings up the wealth of your home by having those things. God bless you and you have a nice evening.
I'm in the third ward, and I remember something that you said to me a week ago, Mr. Murphy, that you lost respect for me when I sold the deal off. But the deal, you heard the deal say, I wish I could fuck her. You heard her say that, but you didn't lose respect for her. And I'm to the point, I lost respect for you when I found out you like little boys. That's the respect I lost.
Whoa.
Point order.
Whoa.
Ma'am, that is your first warning.
Warning.
It's a public speaking, baby.
You must be respectful
I
to
will.
membership of this body. Good. Okay, there's an appeal to the ruling of the chair that I stated that Ms. Levy was disrespectful to a council member. Is there support? Support. Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded that to appeal the ruling of the chair. I ruled as such because I felt that calling out somebody for any reason like that is inappropriate, and I will not mention it. Go ahead, Mr. Mays, you revealed that ruling.
Yeah, I appeal that ruling because I'm very familiar with the council rules and the positions that the chair and the majority of this council take. They take wrong positions. One speaker made a point about point of order. The point of order was this: when Mr. Murphy got up and I was sitting there, this meeting was adjourned for lack of a quorum. He said nothing, and she said nothing. That was a major breach to carry on a council meeting when Mr. Murphy know the rules, got up, went out in the audience, and she carried on and said nothing. I came up here for the public's sake. That meeting was adjourned for lack of a quorum. Now we got Ms. Levy making a statement based upon what's been done to her. She got threw out of the meeting by Mr. Murphy, Liddell Lewis, and others. and she made a statement, whether it's true or false, that she lost respect for him when she found out he liked little boys. And for that, she did a warning. I would ask the question to Mr. Murphy, did she tell him, did he tell her that she lost his respect? If a person come up and make a public comment, I would be curious to know if it's factual. Do we like boys? I don't know those details. All I know is this is public speaking, and that people have a right to criticize us as politicians.
That's right.
That guy got up and looked at me and talked about the point of what in TikTok. I treat it like a man.
That's right. That's right.
I'm not gonna let the public get through out their freedom of speech. And I'm not gonna let no politician take sides because they want to be the chair. If she sits on the executive board of the Republican Party, and she glad to be over us black Democrats. I ain't studying. I didn't watch their behavior. I didn't watch them remove me allegedly for 30 days. We in court. But now you got Mr. Murphy and the deal who was taking bribes against the lawnmowers.
What?
And he still said, I'm gonna bring the resolution Monday and see if she gives him his first warning, because I want to remove for 6 months. And when we remove the Dale Lewis and Quincy Murphy for 6 months, the whole complexion of this council changed.
All right. What?
You give me a warning, because I'm gonna continue to say it. I don't like handkerchief head people.
That's right.
And handkerchief head white folk people. And so I'm gonna take up for the public sometime. And so I'll appeal.
Is there anyone else who'd like
Madam
to?
Chair.
Go ahead.
So the reason that I did second is because this gives us an opportunity to really address when something is too far out, when it's too much, and when it borders slander. And there's a difference between someone stating something about TikTok and someone stating something about a reputation that could lead that person to prison, or much worse, what can happen to him. If someone else heard this, saw him on the street and believed this and decided to harm him for something that is, bottom line, is too far. It's too far, and there needs to be some boundaries. That is not okay. There's a huge difference between one comment and the other.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you so much. I most definitely need to address that, too. And thank you for supporting this, appealing of the decision, so I'll be able to address this situation. So this is why I'm one thing for two things for certain. Councilman Murphy don't like little boys. And, I did say I did lost respect for the young lady who came and we was on the elevator and she was calling Dr. Lewis out, calling her all kind of bees. I don't take that back. I have completely lost respect for you to come here and make a false accusation about me that you know for sure is not true. But this is what I want you to do. Since whoever told you that, I want you to go get them, go bring them here, let them come to this podium and tell the public that Quincy been messing with little boys. You go find some allegations or look at the police complaints or go to the Department of Human Services and see if you ever seen a complaint about Councilman Murphy messing with boys. And this is one thing for you to come down here and talk about my work as a council person, but it's a whole other level when you come down here and get to that podium and get to making false accusations, because now you make people believe that stuff is true. And I really don't have no respect for you. You ain't got you don't even exist to me no more. And I ain't gonna address this situation no more, because I ain't gonna use this platform to address you like that. But you wrong on all kind of levels to sit up here and come here and get behind that podium and come up with some accusations that you don't know truth. You just coming up with stuff and meeting after meeting after meeting. You constantly come down here. You constantly trying to find stuff that's going on that ain't right. But guess what, though? I'm gonna turn this situation around. On September 22nd, right down the street from where she lived, on Lamita Street, Philadelphia, Waver Street, Black Street, we get ready to have a big massive cleanup right down the street from her house. I'm going to clean the neighborhood up, and I'm going to continue and focus on what God called for me to do as a council person and clean this raggedy neighborhood up. And I ain't going to let no devil in hell stop me from doing what I am called and was elected to do. And you can say whatever they talked about Jesus, so keep on talking.
Thank you. Any other resolutions? Seeing none, then, oh, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know what? This is my stance. Whenever someone comes up to this podium and speaks, the chairperson needs to stop anyone from making derogatory comments. Okay? Just don't cherry pick who you give a warning to.
Amen.
Now, you gotta be careful, because since when did we start giving the audience, the residents, warnings? Now, you can say, ma'am, you can't make comments like that. We don't have the right to tell somebody this is your first warning. These are residents. You gotta be careful. But I would say that you need to stop anyone from getting onto that podium and making derogatory comments. I mean, not too long ago, a lady got up came to us and said that Councilman Mays, she drinks with Councilman Mays, and he should belong to Serenity House.
All right.
Did someone stop that woman and give her a warning? So we gotta be fair. We gotta be fair. I'll be abstaining from this vote because this is too much. It's too much. But just, stop everyone from coming out making derogatory comments. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Ms. Burns?
Madam Chair. Thank you. Look, it's important that I first day to get into this. People as audience come to that podium and say what they want to say because we act any kind of way. And so we can't say, and I hate to say it, some of the conversations that they've had, I have heard them. I mean, so they're just coming to light. They're coming to this podium. I've had council members call us names. It is when you chair a meeting, the meeting should be fair. But it's not always nice when someone else is calling out your friend. Everyone should be respectful. But that didn't happen here today. It didn't happen here today because when we have been for the past 8, 9, 10 months, we get chaos that erupts within our chambers. Yeah. We are supposed to be argumentative with the audience. Rule 27.2. How do we change this? I don't know at this point because there's such a blatant disrespect. And the conversations that we know, and I've even heard, they get into some of everything. A person's sexual orientation has been conversation with these council members back and forth. It has been said, and when they're arguing and going and at each other and talking about people's mothers. I mean, there just seems to be no stopping or there's no boundary. So when do we say that it's a boundary? When someone may say something that's offensive, public speaking, very respectful, I think you say golden rule. Because we now are the longest council. And when people want you to protect them, but then they don't protect you. You know, when someone says something, and I find that ironic. Because the same person over here has called me names, and he's upset. And said he never apologized for me.
Yeah.
Never. You told me that. You said never you apologize, and you did. But, you know, if you want respect, give it all the way around. I hate that the audience, that this is our first day of change. And to Judy, please, we've got to get control of this council. And so that we should be past public speaking at this point. The energy that you give from sharing is reflecting out into this audience. And this is not a good look our first day. I mean, it's no secret council members on here do not like each other. They will probably not change. But I want the rest of this meeting that we can maintain and to be respectful to each other. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you. Seeing no one else available to speak, roll call, Madam Clerk, if a yes overturns the chair, a no sustains the chair ruling.
I was saying because it's impossible to get 5 votes under these groups stacked up groups. You're not going to get 5 votes to overturn the chair. For those reasons, I understand Murphy and Priestley would vote against themselves.
No.
No.
I abstain.
I abstain.
No.
The vote is 0 yes, 3 no, 3 abstentions. That ruling stands. Go ahead, whoever would like to speak next for public speaking.
Everybody loves music.
Hold on just a second while we set the clock so that you get your full 2 minutes. Go ahead, sorry.
Everybody loves music. And about this time, the atmosphere.
Please state your name.
My name is Clifford Sykes. I live at 2535 Walcott. Ward 6, sorry. So we need some music here now. Music is a great jazz saxophonist, Albert Idaho, said music is the healing force of the universe. So I have a little thing that I hope you all will learn and love. It goes like this. And it will bring us back into where we should be at this point. Release that money, don't be funny. Release that money, City Council. Release that money, don't be funny. Release that money, City Council. Release that money, don't be funny. Release that money. Now, listen, people in Flint are suffering bad. Money is here. We haven't had. The others are sick. Babies got ADHD. We wanna look into me. So you release that money. Release that money. Release that money. Don't be funny. Release that money now.
Yeah, go get rolling, right now.
I don't have a song, so I'm not going to. Good evening, City Council. My name is Phil Owen. I live at Craigco in the 7th Ward. And I'm here to speak on 2 items that are from there tonight in government operations. The first one is the resolution that Danny spoke to about reducing length of history. They go communities first, and we have residents in the Wastewater apartments on 4th Street and the Oak Street senior apartments in the 5th Street. We have a lot of residents who often feel completely uncomfortable walking around in their neighborhood, and the issue isn't violent crime, it's that there are 2 4-lane one-ways that go in front of their houses, which people go 60, 70, 80, 90 down. And one of the ways that we can address that is make sure that we're designing our roads in a way that slows down traffic. I have never talked to anybody in the city who said that the issue was that cars in their neighborhood were driving too slowly, and we're going too calmly, and this is a real opportunity for MDOT to pay for a lane reduction here in our city and a space to get more folks to bike and walk and get around our city in a ton of different ways to get around safely while still having plenty of room for folks to drive to get around. And the second thing that I want to mention is Resolution 230313, which is a brownfield development plan for a Garrettstown neighborhood project on 5th Avenue. And I just want to speak in support of this as well. It's my understanding that this project is a 16 for-sale townhouses, and I know that we often talk about the city opportunities for home ownership and for people to meaningfully be a part of new construction that includes home ownership. Sometimes that stuff can be really hard to finance, and I applaud the work of folks and make figuring out how to do that. And I think this is a key piece of that. So it's an opportunity to make it easier for us to create 16 new homeowners in our city and advance some great new inclusive development in 5th Ward. So I encourage other council to support that as well.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
I'm from Airport, so I just came to the council members to bring some awareness of, again, the last time I was president, the you strictly told us there was no money in the ARPA funds, it was a plea. You told us that. So we looked at you when you said, yeah, I don't know what money you spared. And then you said there was no money. So it depletes us when we, again, wait for y'all to be leaders and show leadership, but y'all show complacency. That's weird. I'm thinking I'm supposed to be taking some instructions or, have a follow, a guide or something for my council members, and it's really crazy. But I know what the problem is. The problem is social interacting skills, which y'all didn't learn in high school or something. I don't know. But that's the problem. Social interacting skills. If y'all can get that ahead of yourselves, then maybe we can work with y'all and we can become a unit and understand it too. Because that's a big part. I don't need that much time. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Deanna Freeman. I'm a first ward resident. One question I have on the 4th Street Village paint project. It was already a part of the $5 million that was approved in the city budget and the resolution was passed. Then it was separated. But if it was already approved and passed and budgeted and everything was well, why is there a problem now? Go ahead and release those monies and get those monies out to where they've already been allocated and already assigned to. On the resolution 230281.1 on the Flint RX Kids program. That's a great program. That program, I was here when Dr. Atisha and the gentleman from U of M came and did the presentation. They said there would be $50 million invested into mothers and children in the city of Flint, $10 million a year. So if $50 million is going to be invested, why does the city or why do we as taxpayers or any more money coming from ARPA going to go to this program? I hope you all will take that $1 million and add that million back to the other things that can actually help the residents and not some program that's supposed to generate $50 million over 5 years. I didn't get to look at the rest of it. A lot of people said a lot of great things tonight. I hope everybody listens to themselves. Be a part of the solution and not the problem. I made a comment to someone that commented that they look nice. This person can't stand me and it doesn't matter. But this is about civility and respect just as a human person. If I see someone say they look nice, whether you like me or not. You don't respond, of course, that's your prerogative. But that's a part of the problem in our city and this culture. That's a problem that's been in this chamber before all of y'all got up here. Even before Councilman Mayor. So thank you, please consider that.
He ready, ain't he?
My name is J.K. and I am 7, and we want the city to move forward. Press roll, thank you.
First ward resident first. I can't speak for everybody, but I'm tired of y'all personal agendas on these council meetings. We need to be up here with no representation.
That's right.
I want to talk about nothing against Fourth Street Village and their generational homes, but I'm living in a generational home that disappears. That I can't go to G-Card, Metro, or anybody else because of where I work at. I don't qualify. I have to have insurance, but I can't get insurance. I get it. They cancel it because my garage needs to be torn down.
That's right.
Or it needs to be fixed.
That's right.
I'm a tier 2 GM worker. I'm not even traditional. So because I work at GM, everybody thinks I mean this, that. That's not true. Also, y'all want to talk about the 700 people that put in for that ARPA money that everybody that sits on this council right now, with the exception of, what's her name that stepped out, Adam Hogan. Everybody that sat on there approved or let him talk about this application that I filled out. That's stamped down the hall that I put in for repairs to my home.
All right.
But I feel it's unfair that y'all said I don't matter.
Yeah.
I was working to fill this out.
Right.
To come down here.
That's right.
So, when y'all started kicking my councilman out, y'all telling me this don't matter, y'all making me feel like I don't matter.
Yeah.
I need y'all to release that money, because I need help. I have a fix. It's another home my grandfather said, so Fourth Street Village is not the only place of generational home. That's gonna pass it on.
That's right.
That's not right. So whatever y'all do, take the person that's living out of it and bring business shit into it.
All right. That money, don't speak for it.
Other people speaking, thank you, go ahead. Sorry, Commissioner.
My name is Joe Casino, and I'm at 2418 Advanced Place, 4854. And 9890B, you know, I speak for the people, the residents of Flint City. I just got 2 questions. I want to know, like, why is it so hard to release that money? The other question is, was it that hard for you to do for yourself? So, thanks.
All right.
How y'all doing today? My name is Rich Jones, and I would just like to say that take the word qualifications out. And if we're going to leave qualifications in, resident of Flint, and stop it there, it means shouldn't be no have insurance, have your water bill paid, all of that. Resident of Flint that need, y'all got the money, go on and help them. Simple as that. Stop making things hard. I will never forget when the CFO, before she resigned this Friday, and we was talking about using the ARPA funds to zero balance the residents' water account. And she said all y'all had to do was be creative with the people. And what she meant by that was not write qualifications when y'all come to issuing up the money. That's all. All y'all have to do, just like when Eric Page wrote the resolution to give all the employees $5,000. Y'all can do the same thing with all of this. That's it. Write the resolution and put it to the vote. Let the people see who really care for them, who gonna talk a good game and then vote against them. Because y'all can always tell us exactly what we want to hear. And then, when y'all vote like, that ain't what they said, They vote do not reflect the way they was talking. And it's awful. But y'all can do it. Please start writing resolutions up to help the people.
All right.
Simple as that. And then if they don't want to vote to help the people, let the people see. Because a lot of people think these folks are doing great things.
Thank you.
And this is one way to show them that they ain't doing great things. Thank you very much.
Hello, how you doing? My name is Travis Gilbert. I live in the 5th Ward, and I'm also the development manager for the Land Bank. I'm here today on behalf of the Land Bank to talk about the brownfield. We're proposing that to support 16 units of home ownership that's going to be built along 5th Avenue. That is going to go, specifically the money from the brownfield is going to go to reducing the cost of sales, so that when we sell the homes, they're going to be affordable to people who are actually living and working here. That's put together by Sarah. They're also here to provide technical support on the comment, and I'm going to be here for the remainder of the council if you guys have questions. Thank you.
Are there any other residents who want to speak?
You have to know my people. You have to know my council people. My name is Sister Cole. I'm not disappointed, just upset. You know, I was here 8 months, 9 months ago, and I spoke to the council, on the council board, get together, get your plan together, what you want for the city. And as our council here things, you got to determine the city up between yourself. But y'all ain't got no program what you want on each ward. You know, y'all talking about, if you had it, they ain't gonna get done. You know, you can shake your head all day long, but you got your agenda together for which one on your board. But each one of these boards is going down already. And I hear you give a land bank $16 million for all the other funds, building business, and all this type of money, but you're not giving nothing back to the city of Flint. Land bank probably you give it to them anyway. But y'all not taking the money that you get in and redeveloping the city. You know, the city of Flint right now is hurt because unless the residents in the city of Flint, they don't have a place to stay. And y'all concentrating on everything around us, but not building nothing back till people come back to the city. Take my taxes back down. My taxes sky high because less residents in the city of Flint. But y'all not paying that no attention. But y'all want to feed all these corporations got millions of dollars. What about the minority black business, white business in the north end of town? They're struggling because there ain't no cleanup around the neighborhoods to work. People don't want to see all that. But they said because y'all ain't got your agenda together. What do you have for each one of your boards? What you going to do your boards? You know, y'all, I hear everybody talking. I'm not talking about question up like a son of me. And I watched young man as a child walk through the neighborhood, cleaning the neighborhood, cutting back, doing all these different things. He have a vision, but he can't sit down at the table and show y'all his plan because y'all all go against it. But if all y'all got a vision for your community, your section, things will get done. But y'all want a big eye about what y'all trying to do. You got the uptown development, get richer, the uptown development, they bored. That's not way for us. So we actually get y'all change y'all direction.
Thank you, sir. That's your time.
Time.
Thank you, sir.
How much time do y'all have while to go up there arguing among yourself?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the council? See? Oh, there we go. One more.
I'm not here to pay for anything. I want my neighborhood cleaned up. We had 20 houses in 3 blocks. People drive by for all the garbage in their stores, anything. This is just ridiculous. The land bank in the city is responsible for this property. Nobody will ever build any business over there as long as it's like this. I'll put this ward in, 3rd ward, 1st ward, it's the worst ward in the Flint. The property that sits there, we have potholes, they're almost like sinkholes anymore. I watch the city of Flint with their little trailer full of asphalt right over them. And I confront them with it. They say, well, that's not our area. This is ridiculous. It's the city of Flint. I don't care about $225,000 to paint some houses, or $1 million for some other damn thing, when I can't get property cleaned up next door to me. I had 4 raccoons on my front porch the other day, and 2 days before that, I had possums out there. I've been a resident of the city of Flint for 78 years, and this is the worst. And I grew up on the east side, which I was very proud of. But it's not their fault. We have a lot of senior citizens that keep their houses clean, keep their property up to par. But the land bank won't even cut grass. We got grass over there that high. We're trying to cut it, trying to keep all these things done. You can't keep up with blight. But when I see the mayor wants to do blight, but they pick it up and come back and drop it back later. It's not helping me out at all. It's crazy. Hell with a lot of this stuff. Let's get the neighborhoods cleaned up, make them a lot safer. I see these trucks driving around and says, safety neighborhood, brand new trucks. I asked the guy the other day, well, what do you do? He couldn't really answer me, so I don't have a power. I just keep writing it down.
All right.
Is there anyone else who'd like to address council? Anyone else? Seeing no movement, it's time for council response. Each council member will have 2 minutes to address comments from the public. Does anyone like to address the public? Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
First, thank you guys for coming and speaking on the applications. When the council voted for those applications for those meetings, we didn't vote, well, I didn't vote for the application for the people that start coming to the office to fill out those applications. That was not announced until a couple of days prior to the mayor's primary election by my colleague, the first board. And then that's when people started coming in and doing those applications. Those applications were for the series of the 4 meetings that we had in the community where we just were trying to get input from the community. I never thought that that application was an application to help people. So I think our interpretation of what that application is where the confusion came in. But I also want to reiterate and make this announcement again. It says, join us for the cleanup for underutilized lots in the city of Flint and learn about invasive plants, species identifications. Your helping hands in making a world of difference, feel free. So on Friday, September 22nd from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., we're going to be meeting on the corner of Philadelphia and Industrial Street. And we're going to be cleaning up, we identified 50 vacant lots, and we're going to be converting, getting rid of non-structural light. We're going to have dumpsters, so we're going to start at 9 a.m. in the morning from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And this is in collaboration with the Consumer Energy Foundation and the Jefferson County Conservation District. We were awarded $250,000 for that particular area. So we're going, and I think we're going all the way to Waveland Street. We're going to use that as a model of how we move and duplicate that in other areas of the community.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Anyone else like to address?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you. Thank you to every person that has our opportunity. We have to listen to you, and this is your time. This is your council chambers. Although it is very nice, I personally did not vote for it because I thought we should take care of the residents first. And that was my commitment. I did not. I have always explained my reason. You know, yes, our chamber did need some work, but I did not support this. I want to take care of the homes for the residents first. To Mr. Chester, I invite you to my meeting September 9th and Saturday, because I do meetings at anyone every year. And I do have a plan I talk about. I'm very transparent. I invite the public. This is Saturday, September 9th, working with our great community partners, Community First, and we at Coolidge Square at 12 o'clock. You're more than welcome to come in and be able to hear for yourself our direction where we're going and what we have been working on together in the 6th Ward. So I invite you to please come. To the residents who were speaking in regards to those initial input forms, I did not vote for those actually, because they just did not have enough information. I I know that we used to going out and this is where we're at. I don't know where we're going with this more because I called Habitat for Humanity and they have a waiting list. And then they have criteria. When we talk about how are people's homes going to get fixed, they're not expecting that money to even be in there from the city, I think, until January. Nobody's fixing anybody's roof in January. That's just not happening. Because then there's snow on your roof.
That's right.
So when we talk about what we can do, I don't think it's too late for a working session. We had an ad hoc committee, and since November 2021, we did not have one working session. And the things that the residents all here talking about should have been done and can still be done in a working session. We may have to move something from one, to another. I put a motion on the floor prior and asked to add I'm out of time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead, Mr. Mays, and then you can just wait for Carter.
Yeah, Chair, I want to say to the people that's here, that are watching, this is my 10th year on this council. And this was the worst council I've seen so far. They pick and choose which rules they want to enforce. Remember I told you when Mr. Murphy got up out of his seat and I was sitting there, this meeting was over. They said it's adjourned for lack of a quorum. Amen. Now it's continuing. I've seen that activity when they removed me from president. And Mr. Murphy and Michelle Lewis and Priestley then talked so bad about me, it was ridiculous. And I take it. The easiest thing to do out of $94 million is to release 15 to 20 million to repair folks' houses. Man. I said on 98.9 every Saturday, 12:01 I'm there. How can you have the nerve to fix up your house and won't fix up the people who own the house? $94 million. Roofs, we should be putting roofs out for bid. If it's 300 roofs need, just like we did the pipes, put it out for bid. If it's vinyl side, put it out for bid. If it's kitchen need remodeling, put it out for bid. This is simple. But Mr. Murphy telling y'all wrong, he voted for that form that lady brought up here. Because I had sponsored it. Then him, the mayor, and others, it ain't a real form. It's real. It was on real paper. It was really voted on. And then they buck against it because they fight to try to be who brought something. Right. I'm always bringing it before you do because y'all sleeping.
Thank you,
Thank you. I had to do this. First, I would like to thank all of the public speakers. Thank you for your insight. Thank you for being engaged in the process. I want to first start off by saying I echo the sentiments of my fellow colleagues, Councilwoman Burns and Councilman Mays. While we sit here in this nice chamber, I did not vote for this. In fact, I did not vote for the proposed ARPA budget because I felt like more money should have been put into home improvements. Amen. $5 billion was allocated for home improvements. We knew all along that we had over 700 residents put in their intake form. All right. So with that, we needed to allocate more than $5 million. Right. So yeah, it should have been more than that. So while we sit here in this nice chamber, I would have I thought that this money here should have been
put towards home improvement for the residents. But I'm only one vote. I think myself, Burns, and Mays, we did not vote for that ARPA budget. I have issues with the entire process.
All right.
Thank you, and Mr. Clifford Sykes, thank you for that song. You know, I've seen you on stage singing and acting.
Just thank you to everyone that spoke. I definitely hear you. And Ms. Winfrey Carter, you can count me amongst the people who did not vote either. I just got here. So, and I hear that the residents are saying we need $15 million, I believe. If it wasn't the last meeting, or 1 or 2 meetings ago, I was trying to get down to the bottom of just how much money is left over. I keep hearing about it's been proposed, but, and I understand that different things happen in our meetings to where, for whatever the reason, it doesn't come out of how exactly that 15 million is going to go to the residents. I think, my colleague in the first word did just mention something about RFPs and all that, but I am more than willing to hear, how that 15 million can be given to residents and how we can work that out. I'm not fixed on this process because again, I didn't vote on our budget, I didn't vote on the city, I voted on none of this. And so I'm all for hearing how we can get that money to residents. I'm not saying we can or we cannot, I'm saying I'm willing to hear all of the solutions that everyone has, because what I do hear are a lot of residents who are saying, you know, we have these two, and I do want to thank the resident who came up here today and discussed the fact that sometimes when people assume they know how much money you make, you are locked out of things that you should not be locked out of because you do need it. You won't be count anybody's pockets. And so just based off of her speaking alone, I definitely want to hear how we can help residents with that 15 million, if that's possible, and how that looks and how we work that out. I'm willing to at least have the conversation to see what we can do.
Thank you. So, I want to remind everyone again to go to LIHAM for help in property taxes and water bills. And also to remind you that they will help you if you are earned almost $70,000. So if you are having problems with that kind of issues, reach out to them, apply for the funds. They have money to lend until October 1st. October 1st, I believe, that money is gone, so get your applications in as quickly as possible.
What's the name again, please?
It's MyApp, AJF.com.
.gov.
You can find it also under Michigan website for the state of Michigan. Okay, seeing that is the end of public response, I will entertain a motion for consent agenda. Okay. All right, here's a motion on the floor to send the consent agenda to council. Is there support? Support. To move and properly seconded to approve, send the consent agenda to council. Are there any separations?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah.
Wait just a second, let me grab my paper. Okay, go ahead, please.
And I'm gonna separate 230 inside that's the Fort Village project.
23025 2.1.
I'm gonna separate 230 1.1. I'm also separate 230 299 230 300.
Per council rules, please silence your phones. Thank you. Okay, sorry,
We'll separate 230-309. That's the complete towing contract of the police department. We'll separate 230-310. That's our fund. Separate from right now. I have a problem with no discussion on the motion for the consent agenda. You have no discussion under the rules for discussion, correct?
That is correct. Per consent agenda is for those items that are non-controversial, and it is also recommended by Michigan Judiciary to put in rules.
I've never seen a motion made and properly seconded where the rules limited discussion. I think y'all better revisit that.
I think I will be glad to show you where Michigan.
No, I already know. I think you need to revisit that.
Are there any other separations?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Ricardo.
I would like to separate 230304.
Okay.
Was 23025
Yes.
And that's it.
Any other separations? Yes. Yes. Any other separations?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Unlike Mr. Murphy, I'm going to ask to be recognized. And, since you telling me what you just showed me, I'm going to separate 230-301, 230-302. Because you don't have to show me that, but I know for years we've had discussion on motions, and this is the first council where there's been no discussion. So I'm going to show you how to get discussion. Since you're going to show me, I'm going to separate those as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. I had a separation, but I think it was separated. It was, pardon? So the consent agenda consists of the following resolutions: 230303, 230305, 230306, 230307, 230308, 230311. Madam Clerk?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Mayor.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I want to see what this is, 230306. I want that separated as well.
Okay, I got that part. So, I'm going to repeat the rest of the resolutions. 230303, 2305, 230307, 230308, and 230311. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to abstain until the rule change where we can discuss something before we just move it without any discussion. I abstain for those reasons.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. That consent agenda will be sent to council. Mr. Mays, do you have a motion, or would you like to make a motion for 230252?
No, I'm not going to make a motion at this time. I'll wait for discussion.
Is there any motion, resolution to make a motion for 230252.1?
I make a motion that we move 30252.1 to council.
Okay, is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded, move 230-252.1 to council.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mays, may I ask for, I will ask for discussion. Give me a minute, please. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Mays.
You had twisted this out of that, so I'd like you to just stick with me. Some of it ain't necessary, but that's your power trip. Through you to Ms. Sane and any of the other members who want to come up, I want to ask a few questions as I decide how I want to vote on this. I'm familiar with the term, in my mind, y'all can straighten me out if I'm wrong, Court Street Village. But I keep hearing some other neighborhood associations names, and I see certain, what is it, Fairfield Village. Where is the boundaries for Court Street Village and then the boundaries for what is it, Fairfield?
Fairfield Village Neighborhood Council.
Where are those two boundaries?
So Court Street Village nonprofit, we don't have a boundary. We're a nonprofit, we help support the neighborhood. And they're bounded by Court Street to the right, I-475 to the west, I-69 to the south, and Gilkey Creek to the east.
Yeah, Ms. Sane, I told you when we were meeting in the dorm, I wasn't tripping, I can support this. But I also want to make sure that I'm doing and understanding some things. Have y'all picked out which houses will be painted in the Fairfield Village? Do we know? Or was this just something we approved and y'all pick them out later? Do you already know?
We did a survey over the winter before we even applied for the ARPA funding to find out what the needs of the neighborhood were. And we got 42 responses for home projects, and 73% of the 42 that responded said paint. So the two big ones was paint project and then roofs. And that's when Court Street Village made the decision based on that data to go ahead and apply through ARPA. I actually wanted to do it as one grant in the ARPA.
So that means, for the sake of time, you're gonna do paint and roofs?
Yeah, the roofs have already been approved, yes, sir.
In the same amount of money?
No, that was approved for $200,000. This is for the paint project.
And it was approved for Court Street Village to do roofs?
That's correct.
And who gonna do the roofs? Did y'all bid that out, or y'all just got people who gonna do it?
We have not bid that out yet because I don't have a signed contract or agreement with the city yet, but.
So is the signed contract have to come back before us, do you know?
I don't know what your process is.
Okay, then, Ms. Green, can you approach? To the lady who's standing there with you, do you know which houses in Fairfield Village will be painted or roofed?
No, I don't know which houses. The only reason let me address that I do not know, because I had been away because I was sick. I was taking care of my daughter when that business was
Let
done.
me do it this way. Ms. Green, do you know whether a contract for these specifics will be coming back before council?
I'm not sure the process.
You're not sure? Okay, then I got a minute and 38 seconds in this first round. I want somebody to tell me whether or not we got to approve the contract for work, or whether y'all just gonna pick people to do the work just saying.
It'll go through a bid process.
Okay, and who will conduct the bid process, the city or East Court, or Court Street Village, do you know?
I don't know, but
Okay,
we have received city money, so I know, I'm familiar with the city's process, if that's what they require.
Well, I want to know that process. I want to know, if I can, I want to see which houses is being picked out to be done, how many in Court Street Village, how many in Fairfield Village, and then I want to see how is the process to bid out and do the work and pay the checks. Okay, so I'll see what I do here. I believe that you might supposed to move this forward, but that's just the way this council works. They'll move something forward and don't know no details. That's just the way they work. You know, if I tell you I can support you, I can support you, I have no problem, but I want the detail package. And so I want to know the details, not only for Court Street Village, but I want to know the details of spending the money all across the city. I mean, it's just a proper thing, you know. I've seen Lottie Ferguson come and go. We got new people in the
Thank you,
office.
Mr. Mays.
We got 5 minutes of the.
Anyone else like to speak?
Thank you for us allowing me to clarify.
Thank you. Is there any other person who'd like to speak in the first round?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. Ricardo.
I just have one question for you, Madam Chair. To Ms. Sands, can you please approach? I just have one question. When exactly will you get started with the project?
When we have a signed contractor agreement with the city,
Okay.
I don't know when that, I have no idea.
You will into fall and then winter. And so with that, you don't know how many homes you will complete by winter.
In a meeting a few weeks ago, I know that Councilman Pfeiffer asked the same question. I don't see any getting done this year. By the time we get a signed contract, they will not paint if it's under 55 degrees consistently. I just don't see it happening. We need to go through the bid process. My plan was to spend the winter collecting the information that is required when it comes to income verification and all of that, so we're ready to go come spring, hopefully by April.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Seeing none, second round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair. What's up, Mr. Gould? I see you in there. That's you, my eyes is bad, but I'm gonna give you a shout out. Hey, check this out. Is anybody from Court Street Village or Fairfield Village offended by me asking these detailed questions? If you is, raise your hand.
No, we want to be transparent like we ask you to be transparent as a council, so we have nothing to hide.
You can come up and talk to me if you want.
Please approach to the lectern.
Hey, let me say this. This is part of the business.
Absolutely.
I sat on the sideline wrongfully, we didn't vote on it. And I heard an amendment about the 24 budget. I see that's a point one. I almost want to make it a point two, Ms. Fanning, and make sure that the detailed contracts come before us. If we approve the contracts with the spending. I don't want to get a mayor's office and different people carte blanche. I don't even want to give y'all carte blanche to come, but I believe you, because I knew your dad, Danny Sands. I believe you, and I believe that Fairfield Village believe you, but I'm a business person. I like stuff in writing, but I want this project to move forward. We got to spend this money, and it ain't no too much money to be bickering over. So I'm gonna support moving it to council, but I'm really thinking about this second amendment to make sure the contract comes before us and see how this money is being spent. Anybody got a problem with that?
No, we don't. We want to be here and be transparent. We certainly don't want to do anything that we would not asking this council to do. To be transparent with the citizens of Flint.
I don't mind asking for more money if we get this process figured out. I'm a liberal guy. I would tell you needed double this amount. You really can, through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney. I want that amendment brought by special affairs contract, the details of the bid process come before. Ms. Donahue, you, Madam Justice Clerk, make a note that I want that amended resolution by special affairs, and I'm requesting the city attorney's office to draw it up and give it to him in writing. Real quick, Ms. Edwards, can you come and approach? So, Ms. Sane, I'm gonna still support y'all. Very really, I'm gonna support you. Don't mind giving you more money, but I wanna make sure these processes is right and stuff is done timely, so we can spend this money and don't have to give it back. Ms. Edwards, you got a problem working with this group and others on getting contracts to us in a timely manner, maybe before the end of this year, so.
I can, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, to Councilman Mays, no, we don't have no problem with working with the groups and working through the process.
Kim Poe, Ms. Green, can you approach? The other name was Sparks, the board was Green, I'm gonna tell it all, since you didn't look at it. They asked them to call her Kim Poe. This is because, let me say this, Ms. Green, do you have a problem working with the administration, the legal department, and these groups to get my request for bill hopefully before the end of the year?
I don't have a problem with it, but the process is, it goes to the Department of Planning, and they check on all of them.
Well, and who is the Department of Planning? That Emily Doyle lady? Can she come forward? That ain't Emily Doyle, but I'm asking the same question. You have a problem facilitating it. You gotta put the first down. You know my tickets, taking away my minutes, seconds. You have a problem. Okay, I wanna see if we can facilitate this. I wanna see if I can have a resolution having this spelled out. Special affairs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Either Ms. Green or Emma Doris. Do these residents have to be paid up on their taxes? Do they gotta have insurance? Yep. In order to get their, house worked on?
No, the money that they will receive through Habitat for Humanity or whoever the homeowner program is.
No, I'm talking about this Court Street.
Court Street Village.
Yes. This resolution here, I'm not talking about that.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, that would be the regulations of the procedure that they normally go through for vetting their home.
For what do you mean?
For vetting the people that they're gonna do the house, that they're gonna pick the house. They have their own rules and regulations for what they're gonna do.
And the reason why I bring this up, because if we give some money to Habitat, and I think we just gave some to Metro Community Development, those requirements to say that people gotta have taxes paid and all that type of stuff. So if they don't have to have it, why do the other residents?
I'm not saying that they don't have to have it. I'm saying that they have other regulations that they have to follow for their rules as well. Of course, we do.
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
They have their own policy and procedures.
So how do they get to have their own policy that they ain't got to have taxes paid up, but yet when you come down on our end of the block, and the residents want to go to Habitat or whoever to apply for the funding that they need for it. My back is still that they got to have taxes, insurance on their home. So I don't think it's fair for us to use the same dollars to give Court Street some money, but they don't have to have their taxes paid. They ain't gotta have insurance. And then it's still the other residents that you know, they just report the money. That's why I was born, and I don't know if you know,
He getting off track. I'm about to get jumped with him.
What I'm saying is everybody has to have those same regulations, but they're in addition have their own regulations that they use as well, that the people that they're going to their houses. So yes, everybody has to have the same regulations. Theirs is just a little bit separated differently from the homeowner for habitat and for community development, because they are individual houses with a lot of amount. So they will still have to have their water and their taxes of the fire, things like that. If I say those who plan and develop, but they have their own regulations for picking.
So I wasn't talking about picking right now. I was talking about the requirement of the resident who was required that they got to be up on their taxes, they got to have insurance. And then, like the young lady said, she got a garage that she can't even get insured. So if they can't get insured, how they gonna even be able to qualify for some help? But yet still, we finna award some funding. And I don't mind awarding some funding. But if they don't have to have their taxes paid up and they ain't gotta have insurance, we should lift it on the other residents too. That's what I'm saying.
No, they do, but it's just the way that they vet their people is different from the way that Habitat and Metro and the other homeowners are going to do.
But habitat regulations didn't come from Habitat. Habitat regulations came through the guidelines that the city put in place. Right. So that they should be responsible. The city is responsible. So I'm saying
it will still be the same. It'll be a combination with Habitat, the way that they vet for the houses as well. So the condition that the city put on there is in addition to whatever Habitat does when they select their houses. So the difference is what I'm saying is between them, they'll have a certain amount, like $15,000 per house. Where Portsmouth Village, the way they did their procedure, is not $15,000 per house. So they still have to have their taxes and things up to par. But then we have to figure out how they do it because it's not a lot of $15,000.
Why you can't use the 15,000 to bring their taxes up too? Just give them $15,000 and they do the best they can.
But what I have a problem is, even if we award 20 million or 5 million or 2 million, 3 million, other organizations, we got some issues on.
Anyone else who'd like to
You don't want to help
speak in a
somebody
second?
before they need help.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
That's what's happening.
I ask you. Can you tell us who are what departments you're in, given your job?
Yeah, so my name is Ashley Harris. I work in the department. My title is Deputy Director of Community Services. So I work with the geopolitical program, the city and also community development.
And how long have you been here?
This is my third year.
Your third year. Well, I know you are.
Water bill
Yeah. And then this is that, I don't have any other questions for you, but I believe my colleagues have. We've been having some other. My question with the project, how much, do you have your council made? Maybe I missed that. I can increase this project, or did you say it? Through you mentioned to council base, did you say what you wanted to add to this?
On top of the 5 million.
15 more.
Another 15 million, you talking about that overall?
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, 15 more million.
Okay. Okay, and so through you, Madam Chair,
Now you talking about helping over 1,000 residents.
things have to be specific. You need an email,
Still, that's way better than 250.
or are we able to go through the city clerk? I know, his request he's asked for this resolution before. For the ARPA money to be. Right.
It was my understanding, Councilman Mays had directed Ms. Donahue to prepare the referral to send to the city attorney's office with the request of addition to the resolution that's under consideration.
Okay, because I don't want it to get lost a lot of times this resolution, specifically with Councilman Mays asked, and I know it's not only here going to be anything. I know that the email has to be, the request comes after. I don't want this to not, to be honored. So I would shot you an email, city clerk from this time who's going to take care of it. That's all.
Thank you. Ms. McCricker?
Yeah, Madam Chair, it sounds like we need to have more discussion. So, I'm asking, why don't we, I would like to put a motion on the floor to suspend the rules. And let's have maybe another round of discussion on this, because it sounds like we have more questions.
Yep.
So that's the motion. I would like the motion on the floor to suspend the rules.
So motion on the floor to suspend the rules.
Yeah.
Is there support?
Yeah, Madam Chair, that was a motion to suspend the rules on this discussion as it relates to more time, correct?
Yes, that was your motion. Okay, so there is a motion on the floor to suspend the rules in regards to this discussion and this resolution.
Yes.
Okay. Is there support?
I second.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to suspend rules in regards to discussion on this resolution. Okay, I can't remember if there's discussion to suspend the rules. I do not believe there is any discussion on that, so roll call, Madam Chair. Madam Clerk, excuse me. No.
Yes.
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 No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
The vote is 3 yes. We don't have anything to say. Go ahead.
They don't even talk about it. They want to discuss it.
So, is there any other discussion in the second round? Ms. Michelle? Is it? Okay.
Yeah, so what it seems like, is that they're looking to, I'm gonna make a motion to, move this to send it back to special affairs, so that there can be more discussion. The reason that I'm not comfortable necessarily, suspending the rules is because I believe 2 of my colleagues are going to abstain anyway, and so we might as well just send it back to special affairs so that we can have an opportunity, one, to give them time to answer some of the questions that Mr. Mays did have, and then we can move forward from there. I just think it gives us an opportunity to, one, get his questions answered on Monday, and then two,
there's a motion on the floor to send
Point of order.
what is
To you, Ms. Michelle, and to the chair. When you make a motion and wait for a second, and then you get a discussion. What you did, you said you was making a motion, then you went into discussion, never came back and said a motion. So keep that in mind moving forward. I didn't say nothing, but because I thought you was gonna come back at the end and make a motion. But, that's the chair's business.
Thank you, Mr. Mays.
Well, be polite, Ms.
I thought I was being polite.
Well, I don't think
So
so.
there is a
If
motion.
you want to get started, if you're not finished, then, don't do that.
There's a motion on the floor to send resolution 230-252.1 to special affairs. Is there support? Support. It's been moved and properly seconded to send resolution 230-252.1 to special affairs. Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, real quick, this is a finance committee meeting. Mr. Murphy raised issues about the parameters, whether it's habitat or whether it's East Village. The council has authority to put parameters on and take parameters on. The reason I had got with Ms. Ricardo for more discussion, because I wanted to clear that up moving forward. I wouldn't care if the city didn't put parameters that said you had to have water bills, contracts. We need to tackle that.
Request for information.
What's your request?
To Mr. Mays. The parameters that are currently in place, did the council vote on those parameters? Where did those parameters come from?
Maybe somebody in the city can tell you, but when Mr. Murphy raised that issue, I've been missing in action wrongfully for 30 days and wrongfully more. But I am the senior council president, and the Lord blessed me with a brain. And so at some point in finance committee meeting discussing ARPA funds, we need to clear that up and set policy on what we don't dictate, whether or not residents should have insurance, current bills, or whatever. We've never discussed that. That has never been a council meeting. It's administration or
Thank you, Mr. Mays. This is Ms. Bouchette's time.
what?
Republican.
I apologize. Please accept my apologies. Go ahead. I'm so sorry.
I was responding to her request for information.
Thank you.
Ms. Priestley, y'all did wrong when you wrongfully took me out of leadership. You were advised. Yep. So I'm used to it. But the point is, we need to tackle that issue. And Ms. Ricardo was right, and I agree with her opinion. Ms. Machette and Mr. Murphy and you two voted no, not to discuss and tackle these issues in committee. That's right. Now, we can lay back and let the administration do it, but we make ordinances, rules, laws on how you spend this money. Yeah, that's right. And I've been here, and that issue ain't been tackled. Yeah. And the place to tackle it is the finance committee. You got Dale Lewis and Priestley and others being recalled because we had a special meeting to try to tackle these details. They didn't show up. ARPA money, the time is running out. We could try to call a special meeting, but under these loopy rules, you can't tackle all the parameters, in my opinion, in 5 minutes. And y'all don't want to vote to suspend the rules, but Mr. Murphy, you should have voted so we could have cleared that up. I would vote for Habitat if their rules is different from East Village. Yep. You want them to be uniform for the south side, the north side, the east side, and the west side. That's correct. So where do y'all want to tackle? Yeah. In special affairs? Do you tackle it now? Or do you allow more than 7 seconds for me to plead my case and try to get y'all to get this right? Zero.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
We talk about suspending the rules, I know people will get hesitant, but the rules are not consistent and they vary per organization.
Yeah.
And they should not. So there really is no, I don't agree with the process at all, because if you cannot get insurance, and that's the issue when you sparks, we miss the sparks in discussing some of these things. You have to do something that's not, something that's non-conforming. And we are not really helping the residents, the ones that really, really need it. And that to me is where my problem is. I'm going to say again, we need a working session. Now, those who claim, you know, are we going to have the will to come here? My colleagues are not going to vote on this. They're not here again in this cycle. They complain that, you know, working sessions, committee is working sessions. They're not here. They're not here.
See?
What's more important than ARPA? Because they gave pretty speeches, but they're not here. And then just to say to residents, something's better than nothing. Something's better than nothing, and it won't reach most people. It won't. It just won't. Because if you got a private number, you probably don't have home insurance. Guaranteed. Because the insurance company will drop you for not having a roof.
That's right.
Now, I have no problem going back and saying, and I don't think one of my colleagues understood last week when I said add 5 million, and I was, let's see if we can do it. That's because we would be doing it, not this mysterious 12-person committee that no one else knew. It's the difference when we work together to add, and there's some 12-person committee that we didn't know who was on the committee. We didn't know when they were meeting.
Yep.
I did find out, Mr. Evers, they did get a $500 stipend. They did get $500 to make decisions or recommendations on what we should be voting on.
Wow.
We can be right. So we talk about how these decisions, we should be making decisions. Now is the time. This is council members have said, Councilwoman Lewis kept saying, these are the working sessions. She's not here again for the second time to work on our book. This is the time we need to be working on this. And these guidelines, they won't get it. If you ain't got insurance, you won't get it. Simple as that. They're all organizations.
Yeah.
No insurance, you need a roof, you got a blue tire. We're not getting any of this money unless we get a philanthropic donor to pay insurance policies.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, call for the vote. Send resolution 230252.1 to special affairs.
Yes.
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 Yes. 5 yes, 0 no, that resolution is going to special affairs. Resolution 230281.1, I'll entertain a motion. 230281.1. I'll entertain a motion, seeing no motion.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Bishop.
I made a motion to send 230281.1 back to special affairs.
There's a motion on the floor to send 230281.1 to special affairs. Is there support? Is there support? Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded to move to special affairs. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, the reason I want to send this back to special affairs is only because I want to give them an opportunity to come and speak to us about how this will be sustained even beyond this. I know there have been some questions from my colleagues, and there have been some concerns. And so what I don't want to happen is this kind of opportunity to die right here today. And so that's the reason why I want to make sure I send it back to special affairs so that it is given, so that these mothers and families that I feel will be benefited from it have every opportunity to be able to speak to this, as well as the ones who put this program in place, to be able to speak to it so that and my colleagues can be convinced of why this is important, that we do give every opportunity.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. And I'm in agreement with you. We can kind of take 5 votes, and we do not, it's just not looking. This is why attendance meeting is important. It's important because this is, again, people want to say moms and babies and all this good, where are they? Where are they? We missed multiple meetings, but where are they? And so I don't want it to die either, because moms and babies is important. It's important. Through you, Madam Chair, and I think this person must be our new CFO, and I'm gonna ask him with compliance. Is our new CFO here?
He is, yes, could you please approach Bill?
Thank you. And while he's on his way down here, Mr. Edwards, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards, was Ms. Jane Mayer terminated?
I'll just give it a minute for, Mr.
Yeah, he's coming right behind you.
Madam Chair, to Ms. Martin. Yes, she was.
Thank you. And welcome our new CFO. Repeat your name, please. I'm sorry, can you say it again?
Philip Ward.
Philip Ward or Ward? Ward. Nice to meet you. Welcome to the city of Flint. So our compliance firm, have you talked to Ernst & Young? And is this something that will bring to our firm that will be in compliance?
I have not talked to them yet. I think I was in my office for about 4 hours.
Okay.
Still learning my way around.
Okay, so where are you coming from? I mean, are you out of retirement? Are you coming from another municipality? We don't know you. Welcome.
No, that's not right. I have been retired. Most of that done was as a finance officer, both in two cities, Haven and Calvin. I also was a controller for Alvin County for a period of time.
Well, I will start with that comment. I look forward to reading your resume and welcome to the city of Flint. Will you be hiring a deputy CFO?
I certainly hope so, yes.
Okay, do you have like a time frame?
Well, I've been talking to.
Oh, you have 4 hours?
I'm trying to move very fast on that.
Okay.
Very much need that.
What about a council payable person?
I've started talking to the council payable people today. I haven't talked to anybody else other than the council payable people about that.
Thank you very much. That's your time. Thank you. Any other discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. I got some issues with funding for the new mothers and infants. I know it's for pregnant women that have kids. I believe after January 1st of next year, if it was for kids that, say, mothers that already have babies, and the babies was less than 12 months. And, because I know some people just have kids that won't qualify. Wow! So, if it's just for pregnant women that have kids after January, that means moving forward in January.
Please, that money.
Mr. Mitchell, please. Thank you.
And then I think about how Ron Pendleton been coming out of this since Camp Weaver been here and been advocating for House of Esther that could probably benefit from some of the dollars that help women. And if we could get some of these money for her program, then that would help sustain her with whatever she's trying to do over there at the St. Agnes building and longevity, because it ain't just for 12 months. So to give somebody $1 million for 12 months, when you have had a young lady coming out here advocating since Karen Weaver was in office, advocating for a House of Esther that we probably ain't made no money to, is problematic. So on one hand, we can give, Dr. Moan and she done a great thing. We can give them $1 million, but someone who has been consistently coming down to city council on a weekly, bi-weekly, for years, advocating for a house of Esther, we have not gave them 2 nickels to rub together.
All right.
But yet still, we could turn around and give somebody $1 million that, in addition, already been getting funding. And here's somebody, and then when I look at minorities and nonprofit organizations, people, it seems like we get the short end of the stick.
Amen.
When it comes down to us giving some money. Now, I might do $500,000 for House of Esther, and I do $500,000 for, but just to give one entity that already got money, that's still going to be able to sustain their program, whether we give it to them or not.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Any other discussion?
Yeah, Madam
Go ahead, Mr. Reeves.
Yeah, I separated this stuff because if I look at Attorney General, because I'm gonna say General, I won't get the last name mixed up. I'm knowing that I'm claiming in a lawsuit that said where these recommendations is coming from is an illegal advisory committee. Now, I've been around the city long enough to know that when we're in litigation, we have closed sessions, we discuss stuff. So all of these recommendations that's coming before council is really in litigation. They're in litigation because the mayor appointed a multi-member body without the authority. The multi-member body has made recommendations, given advice, and the charter clearly say that if you got an advisory committee appointed, one person is illegal. So you got illegal recommendations coming left and right, and people trying to rationalize the illegal activity. All right. I can't rationalize illegal activity. All of these recommendations are poo-poo. Because I look at Judge Judy sometimes and say, and I go to court sometimes, and then they talk about the doctrine of clean hands. You ain't got clean hands if you bringing these recommendations and this advice from an illegal advisory committee. How can I sit and condone illegal activity? You didn't hear me bite my tongue. Illegal activity. Illegal advice. And the council, the majority is standing up to it. That's a problem. Just like we got 2 council members, in my opinion, that took bribes. Voting for Habitat for Humanity and voting for Ashley Capital. We ain't got clean hands. This is getting to be a little much. You can set me down for calling 3 people the A word, and I still believe they the A word. It will name who they were again. 2 of them that took bribes. And I'm gonna bring the resolution Monday.
My colleague is making accusations that has not been proven to be factual.
That is correct.
Well, I say it ain't correct. I say it's factual because Mr. Murphy admitted to having possession of a lawnmower, and Ms. Liddell Lewis admitted.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. That is your time.
No, my time was interrupted. Give me back my 10 seconds where you and Mr. Murphy interrupted me. Can I have that back, Madam Chair?
No.
Wow.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
No, that's right.
There's a motion on the floor to appeal the ruling of the chair that I would not give her back is 3-4 seconds. Is there support?
I'll support that.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Excuse me, it's been made and seconded. to make a motion, the wrong time was immaterial, and that's why I said no. Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Even though I wasn't sitting in my seat illegally, I still had ears, eyes, and I listened. And I listened to Mr. Murphy acknowledge and confess to the point of denial. I heard it, it's recorded. I heard Ms. Liddell Lewis and look at the documentation where she's the president of the nonprofit, and I believe her husband is the.
Mr. Mays, please stay relevant to the appeal.
I am.
Seconds. No, you are not. Please stay relevant.
Well, I say I am because y'all interrupted me when I made these factual allegations, and that's what this appeal is about, getting my time back.
Your appeal is on the time only.
You interrupted me, stop the clock while she argued with me, and I argued my point. She's out of order. Yeah. And if you don't prove yourself out of order, I'll kill that. You're not gonna argue with me every sentence I make.
Mr. Mays.
This ain't the Republican Party convention.
Mr. Mays, this is the appeal on the.
And I'm appealing your Republican Party, but this is a Democratic.
And what is your second
process.
appeal on? Please.
You out of order, Ms. Priestley, I'm
Mr.
arguing
Mays,
about
I am trying, you made a
point
second.
of order.
I am addressing your appeal, Mr. Mays. I need to know exactly what you're appealing so that I.
Ask the clerk. Ask the clerk, if you don't want to believe me, ask the clerk. You all in my business, wrong.
I'm trying to get clarification on his appeal of the second
I'm
appeal.
gonna tell you what my appeal was. You and Mr. Murphy interrupted me. I just said 10, 30 seconds, a little small amount, because he was mad because I said he took a bribe and it was there. And he confirmed that when he talked about the lawnmower and habitat and what he had. And so I appeal, y'all interrupted me and messing up my time, and then you wouldn't give it back. So that helps clarify my appeal.
So I call a point of order because I'm confused as why you keep interrupting while he's speaking. I mean, this is why we're in this appeal. The interruption. Let Councilman Mays say what he needs to say and let's move on. Simple as that.
Right. You'll get your chance to argue at the end, Mr. Priestley. Go ahead with the clock, Madam Clerk. I've never seen such an ardent Republican in my life. Oh, yeah, it's Trump. Oh, yeah. My position is this. It's factual that Mr. Murphy admitted to the lawnmower, $11,000 lawnmower, funneled through Ashley Capital or some co-owner of Ashley Capital and to Habitat to him. I've seen the documentation from Habitat, from the co-founder of Ashley, and I've heard what he had to say on record. He didn't keep his mouth shut, he admitted to it. And then Liddell Lewis, she didn't keep her mouth shut, she admitted to it. And the nonprofit paperwork that it was funneled through was to his dad. And so my position come Monday, Ms. Priestley, you don't have to vote with it, but Joe, Attorney Joe can tell you I'm asking that that resolution be drawn up now. What? To suspend them for 6 months. You know, the council can punish its members when they violate their oath of office and don't live up to the charter. You don't have to vote to do it, Ms. Priestley, but I will see whether or not Murphy, Liddell, Lewis, Candace, Michelle, and Piper don't take a 5 votes to punish his members. If we don't punish them for taking these type of gifts and bribes, we in violation of our oath of office. I want to set them down for 5 or 6 months. If I can be set down for 30 days for custody, surely they can be set down for taking gifts and bribes and admit to it and then not abstain voted on a $72 million deal. So don't interrupt me because he say I'm lying, I'm telling the truth. Take that.
Thank you. Any other discussion in this appeal?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
We wouldn't be in this appeal. Let him speak. He can draw, you let him finish to draw. Now, you may not like what he's saying, because you may be your friend with them, you want to protect them. And Councilman Murphy gave an improper point or request a point of order. It wasn't a room order. It was not a room. He talked about it, he could draw it. Councilman Murphy said he was glad to talk about it, he wanted to clear his name during council chamber. He's talked about it several times. So you were incorrect by interrupting. You probably should have warned yourself, because you interrupted him. Just let him speak. Let him get his time. We all get 5 minutes. Let him get his time and then move on. But when you interrupt, then it can get into an appeal, because your instinct, in my opinion, was to protect your friend.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
That's it.
Chair.
Can't do
Give him a
Councilman Murphy's talked about
it. It's unprotected.
He defended himself and gave what his explanation was. And we would not be in this appeal. So when we talk about everybody wants to get and waste time, that was a waste of time. I understand Councilman Murphy didn't want to hear about it, and him and Councilman Mays do not get along. They will probably not get along this entire time, but won't sit on this council together. And that is just a pure fact. What we cannot do is jump in to help. You shouldn't have appealed or told they should let that alone.
Yeah.
You should let it alone, because it was discussed, it was talked about. He gave his opinion about the action capital, and he actually gave what his reasoning was, and to what his understanding was at the time with the check. The checks have been, everyone's got a copy of the checks for the line work. Everyone got a copy of the check for Cyrus Park Council on Lewis. Everyone's seen the checks. It's not like we're talking about something that everyone hasn't seen or talked about. And so now we're into an appeal. And we only have 6 people here, because some of our council members are not here again. And this, when we run for office, we need to be here. We need to be here to do the work. Not when it's only convenient for us. So I hope during the rest of this, let Councilman Mays get his opinion out. And then that way we can keep going, because Councilman Murphy can talk about that. He didn't want to hear it again because it is not going away.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about it.
Boy,
so I just think we have to just kind of let him say it, and then let's just move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes.
Go ahead,
Thank
Ms.
you so
Murphy.
much. First of all, saying that someone taking bribes is very accusatory. And Councilman Murphy did not take no bribes. So for me to sit here and allow my colleague in the first floor, or you or anybody else, to make accusations on what you think the interpretation of what happened with the action capital.
Request for information. What's your request? Did I say you took a bribe, Mr. Murphy?
Go ahead, Ms. Murphy.
And excuse me, can you warn the audience?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. Go ahead, Ms.
So it's okay for people to make their assumptions of what they assume as soon as I come and put it out here, and they want to point of order, point information, all of that, whatever, to stop me from explaining myself. Like I said before, I'm not going to sit up here and let nobody sit up there accuse me of taking no bribe as if I'm some councilman up here that took some kind of bribe. It's absolutely not true. And then for my colleague to come and make assumptions and assume that it was a bribe, and I made a statement to say I took a bribe, is completely not true. And I denounce that, and I denounce you, and I rebuke all. Telling y'all I'm gonna continue to do great work in the community. Y'all gonna see me out there making good moves in the community. You're gonna see me out there.
Will you do that by getting 3 more line boys from somebody?
Request for information. Go ahead, Ms. Murphy.
here we go again. Our colleague is here back from the 30 day, and here we are now in these appeals and all this different stuff, and we can't get the business done because here he is having to deal with this situation. And he got his, whoever wants to support him and whatever he's trying to do, and we're gonna be here, and that's why we're here today. And it is not our fault why these meetings is being hijacked.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
we're on the first point over about the time we left, correct? So, he had 5 seconds left. What I will say to y'all though, is there's a reason that our colleague in the first keeps telling us he's been here for 10 years. Because in that 5 seconds, once he was done, his time was done, and then my colleague in the third could have gone on and defended himself. You've taken what could have been 5 seconds, and now we are 10, I don't know how many minutes into them still accusing you. I get why you are upset, you are not wrong to be upset. I'm asking you, when it's 5 seconds, think it through. Let them have the 5, and then you can follow up because you still have time to talk. Can we get past this and get back to our agenda, please, and thank you, everybody.
My point is that we are all adults.
Okay, well, stop slandering the man and get some work done.
Let's do that. We are all adults. In my opinion, let Councilman Mays say what he gotta say, and let's move on.
Second that.
Murphy, you say what you gotta say. So what's the problem? In politics, you gotta have thick skin. Don't come here, wearing your sleeve on your shoulder.
Amen.
Here, and like Councilwoman Michelle said, it was 5 seconds left, 10 seconds left. You could have waited and said what you had to say. And that's the whole point. And now we've wasted how many minutes? What, 20 minutes in this appeal? That's my point. Exactly.
Thank you. Right. Seeing that it's about to appeal, roll call vote.
He tried for 4 minutes and 50 seconds, and it just didn't take long.
This is the vote on appealing the fact that I would not give Mr. Mays back his 5 seconds left.
10.
And the yes vote overturns the chair, no vote sustains it. Go ahead, Madam Clerk, roll call vote. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Gleason? No. Ms. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no, that motion, that appeal fails. The next appeal we have is that I interrupted Mr. Mays. Is there support for that appeal?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Mays.
I don't know where that appeal came from. My appeal was just voted on. That's the
Okay.
only appeal
Thank
I
you very
made.
much. All right.
You trying to get 2 warnings on me to what are you?
I didn't give you a warning.
Whatever you did, you condoned this wrongdoing, you and you.
Okay, going on. We are going back to the motion to send 23028 1.1 to special affairs. 7th, 5th, 3rd, and 1st board have spoken. Is there any other discussion on this motion? Any other discussion? I will take my time to say that I do not support this resolution in any shape, form, or manner, and I will always vote no on this. I don't believe in guaranteed income, which I believe this resolution is, and I want to state that on the record. Thank you. Go ahead, roll call vote. To move resolution 23028 1.1 to special.
Yes.
No, I understand because this recommendation and advisory committee stuff is in litigation.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
That is 3 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. 3 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention, that motion fails. Going on to our next resolution.
Point of order.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
It was a motion on that resolution to move the special affairs. Was it ever a motion to move the council?
No, ma'am, no, sir.
Okay, so you can entertain different motions.
Absolutely, I can.
We ain't gotta move on.
If anybody
So I would ask if I was chairing, is there another motion?
Is there another motion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Bichette.
I would like to make a motion to move 23028 1.1 to council.
Okay, there's a motion to send 230282.1 to council. Is there support? Support. It's been moved and properly seconded by Ms. Burns to send to council. Discussion?
Yeah, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead, Mr. Mason, this is the first round of 2.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm watching the votes on this stuff, and I'm listening to the rationale. And I'm looking at you and Murphy and Signal run together on this. I just seen him doing lip singing or something, talking to Ms. Michelle. I don't know how he gonna vote. You know, I'm just looking at it. Oh, I did see that. He was communicating with you. You might not have seen it, but I seen it. So tell me, I know what I'm talking about. He's 65 pretty quick, and the Lord ain't took my brain away yet. So I don't know what he's saying to you. We'll see if him and Priestley continue to vote no. But evidently he was communicating with you, whether you seen it or not. You made the motion, I think, Ms. Burns second. Now, me, myself, because of these recommendations coming unlawfully to this advisory committee, I wouldn't care if some of this stuff was drastically at the start over. I'll watch close to see if there's 4 votes with me vote, but I don't see what he do. Because when you made that motion, he went to talk to you, whether you realize it or not. Now, I can guarantee you, talk more than I do, because I don't talk to him at all outside of these chambers. I pass by him in the hall and don't say that. I don't ride the elevator with somebody. If you did what I've been through with this group here, you might stop talking to them too. It is a bunch of hypocrites. They will throw you out in your seat and then say in a speech, we need to learn how to work together. Yeah. I ain't never seen that like it. How you gonna dog me out and then take control of every committee and position, and then we need to put our differences aside and work together? They must think I'm a fool. And I ain't, not politically. Some folks gonna be gone. I've said it before, and I've said it again. Some folks gonna be gone. Yeah. And between now and Monday, these 5 members of this council gotta make a tough decision about what the legal department attorney Kim said. We can punish our own members. And when we punish them, the Charlotte, we took over the office. Everybody took it, Priestley, Shaq, me, to enforce and live up to the charter. The charter says you can't take money and gifts, lawn mowers and weed cutters, and you can't do that. And it's our job to enforce it.
Point of order.
Which point?
Are we talking about moving this to?
Yeah, we talking about moving it. That's my political strategy, Mr. Michelle. You just ain't worked with me long enough. When I talk about the voting patterns of my colleagues and their voting groups, because they want to be chairman of finance, they want to be the president, they want to be the finance, the governmental operations chair. They will break rules, vote wrong, stick together in a clique. That's what messes up council. councils, and I don't care at this point in my career if I'm the president, the vice, the finance chair, I'm effective as Councilman Mays in the first ward.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is relevant to the vote that happens. Priestley and Murphy might very well vote together on your motion, because that's the quick. That's the thing. If Evil Worthy was here, she'd be right there. Yep. I'm just telling you. Now, I've never been a fool, but I never bit my tongue politically. It ain't been to start fighting it in September 2023, just because I'm sitting behind some new wood. Oh, this is beautiful. We better act a certain way because we're sitting in some new wood. Now, my politics don't stay the same. I'm gonna try to bust up clicks and get people to do what's right versus what's wrong. I'm gonna try to get them not to discriminate and to apply rules equally and fairly to all, even when it comes to punishing people. Good.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to discuss the motion on the floor.
Go ahead.
So again, I think we have to think about how important this is for the mothers and the children that will be affected by this. I hear everybody's point of view. I hear people saying, oh, they can find money elsewhere or whatever your point of view is. I'm asking that we give them an opportunity to come, speak before us, talk about how they will sustain this program, talk about the research and everything that they've done and behind this. This is very important. So I'm asking that we do not fail these mothers and these children that need this. Just recently in life, there was an article talking about how children were affected by the water crisis and what's been going on. So you gotta think about the fact that these mothers, regardless of how far removed we are, these children that are in their womb will be affected by the water crisis as well. Because once that leg gets in your blood and your bones is there, once it gets in your reproductive organs is there. And so this is one of those things that will help address some of those issues. And not only that, even if we take out the water crisis and the impact that that's gonna have, you just have to think about how studies have shown that this amount of help that is being proposed, how this propels families in a different way. So I just want us to be aware and consider who this will help. I mean, vote however you're gonna vote, but what I'm saying to you is consider the children and the families, the mothers that will be impacted by this. Give them an opportunity, give Dr. Moore an opportunity to come before us and talk about this once again. That's the biggest thing for me here is let's make sure that we've given every opportunity to hear this thing out and not just say no or assume that funds will come from somewhere else or assume that this will be sustained some other way. Let's hear this out. Let's give these mothers and these families and these children an opportunity.
Enough, and I'm gonna give you a warning. Thank you.
So what about the house events?
Go ahead. Madam Chair, first round, go ahead.
They ain't have no energy for the house event. She wasn't here then.
Go ahead.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
What are you doing? Are you giving, there were a few people who chanted that song right after the speaker. Are you warning members of the audience?
I did, yes.
Which one?
The gentleman who sang Mr. Syke, and I believe Mr. Mitchell also sang.
Wait a minute, I ain't just listening to you.
So first we have the name, and that is, this is for your meetings under the law for real. Can you use that for just the police to know?
I have done that a couple of times.
Not true.
Madam Chair.
No, you sound like this.
Your tone. You do know that with RL, he generally responds to that RL will be quiet if we ask him. We don't want to put out the meeting. So we know that he comes to our council meetings and
More than your colleagues.
I let's show some grace, please.
Yeah.
So that we can keep our members of the audience in here along with us in here.
This is the first round of discussion. Is there any other person in the first round? Go ahead, Ms. Rosie.
They so personal. Golly. They never heard that Jermaine Jackson song, did they? Don't take it personal.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send resolution 230281.1 to finance and support.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll support.
It's been, what you want?
It's finance now.
You are.
Say postpone to the next finance.
You are correct. You are correct, Mr. Mays. Mr. Murphy's act is to have it remain in finance.
You got to
I'm
say
just clarifying that. Just clarifying the language, Mr. Murphy. Okay, so the motion is to have this remain in finance till the next meeting. And the motion was made by Mr. Murphy, seconded by Ms. Winfrey Carter. Okay, discussion, 1 round of 3 minutes. Any discussion on this?
Yeah, real quick.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I'll vote to keep it in the finance committee, and then I'm gonna see if by the next finance committee meeting, we can request again for Ernst & Young, Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Edwards.
Mr. Edwards?
Mr. Edwards, can you approach? Mr. Edwards, while you're walking up here, I want you to give our staff the contact number for Ernst & Young. This cat and mouse game that went on for way too many weeks and months. Are you telling me that Ernst & Young is refusing to answer and show up for council meetings? Because every time you come up, you say you told them about our request. Now, I put a motion on the floor to subpoena them. I'm not gonna pay them $1 million, and then they keep making excuses for months not to show up. I subpoena you, them, and anybody connected with them. So, when will you ask them again to show up?
I have, Chair, I have conveyed the council's sentiments, your sentiments in particular, on numerous occasions.
You got a phone number and address for Ernst & Young that you can get to this document?
I have to go to the office, finance officers.
Okay, well, can you get that to her before the end of this week?
No problem, sir.
Okay, I want her to make a call to Ernst & Young. I want our staff to make a call because something's getting lost in the translation. Now, before this meeting is up, I might put a motion on the floor to subpoena Ernst & Young, whether it pass or fail. I'll keep everything on the floor. So I'm not gonna pay nobody $1 million to deal with our funds and they missing an action for what, 3, 4, 5, 6 months now. You know how long they've been missing an action?
No, I don't.
Do you have an estimate of how long I've been requesting them to come forward?
It's been several months.
It's been several months, I think so too. That don't make no sense. And I'm not gonna stand for it. I can't say what this Priestley gonna do. I can't say what other council members gonna do, but I'm sure I ain't the only one that's gonna sit here through a process of either trying to dish out money, millions of dollars, and the compliance firm acting like me some punks. Look, just ain't gonna show up. It's gonna be a motion made to subpoena them properly voted. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the amended motion? Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
When it comes, and I don't mean to do this ever, so I know you do. When it comes to this, I listen to my colleagues and listen to them, I look at our program. When it comes to children, babies, infants, this council is hard on. Just like the House of Esther.
Amen.
Now, we can give 500,000 for the split it. House of Esther, 500,000 for the baby, this program. I'm all for that. All for it. But I know House of Esther got beat up every time they came here.
Every time.
By this council.
Even when they came with the money.
Someone who saw everything. I see the work that she does with this community. I see the work that House of Esther, not only coming here, but to expand it to a brick and mortar. Where now everything has been, they locked out the building and everything has been stolen.
Whoa!
21 rooms, they took everything. Curtains, the rugs, the lamps, the baby beds, the baby toys. They took everything. This council does not like, I don't know, they don't like babies, baby moms. I'm not understanding. Because
Well, are you saying this council or the majority of this?
Oh, yeah, get it right.
the majority of this council, Councilman Judy Brown is done. So when we talk about House of Esther, really would agree. And they could not, they found every reason to not fund this. Now, I mean, they have, they didn't even ask for any money. They asked for $0. They had a donor. The donor was here tonight in the building. Or yes, he was. He was paying $108,000 to pay for that building. And they actually were able to, their program was funded by the state, so their program wouldn't die. It was a sustainable program. Why? Because we know pregnancy and infant mortality is a problem in Genesee County. And we did nothing. I'm not gonna say we, the majority did not. Y'all keep finding reasons to not support people and babies. I mean, it just, so it's just nonsense. I mean, House of Esther was now it's a great project. But what if all that energy? When I'm fighting now and I'm too old to have babies. This is what I'm gonna be. What? What's that energy at? I mean, I am befuddled. I'm not understand. I don't understand. And Councilman, I don't. What is your reason that you're not supporting it?
As I stated prior, I'm against guaranteed income, which this is, and it's not sustainable.
Okay.
That is my reason.
Okay.
And I would be against it for whatever.
Okay. Well, House of Esther was a sustainable program. And they would have a wait list that go back to 100 years. So I don't know where this is going to end up at.
Thank you. Thank you. These are real ones.
They are.
Is there any other discussion? Go ahead.
You can't. About some of us that didn't support the House of Esther. The reason why I had some issues with the House of Esther, my mother and her women's group was one of, and my grandmother, and that her fraternity was part of the husband's do some rooms up in the House of Esther up in the St. Agnes. There were people that went and wanted to collaborate with them when they had the opportunity to come up with the funding when former Dr. Cameron was the mayor. And they turned those people down. And if you ain't got the money, you tell the city that you're going to come up with the money within a certain amount of days or months that they gave you, and you can't come up with it, but you got somebody that want to come in and help you, and they choose not to do that, then 5 or 6 years later, that's your fault. But I got the money and I want something, it's a whole bunch of buildings, I'm gonna work with somebody to help me get the building so we can at least get it. So there were opportunities there. So that's why I had issues with it. because other people wanted to put in office for that same bill, even the school that was over there. We had Michael Donald that came before city council and told the city council that they wanted to put an office on there. So when we talk about we don't want to support babies, that is not what the reason why we didn't support that situation. There was a whole bunch of stuff behind closed doors is the reason why I voted. But a lot of people want to always assume they know what I'm thinking. I support babies. The situation with this $1 million, Javon, Mill have paid weeks and weeks and weeks to city council to try to get and advocate for that, and we didn't do that, but yet we can turn around and get somebody $1 million. And even if we don't give them, whether we give it to them or don't give it to them, they still got money coming in, and that program still gonna move forward. So this ain't gonna make or break what Dr. Moman and them got going on. So y'all, please don't believe that if we don't support this, that their program will stop in January. It's still gonna continue. This is gonna be some added money added on to what they already get to help support what they got going on. If this for parents that's 12 months that already had kids, I might reconsider me supporting them, but I'm not just supporting giving nobody no $1 million and they already getting some dollars for parents that's pregnant and they're gonna have kids after January. If this is gonna help some kids that's already been born within 12 months, I can roll with it. But I ain't just supporting it. And just because I don't support it, don't mean I don't support it.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote to keep this resolution in finance.
Boy, he hung himself.
Mr. Mays, you can vote.
Yes.
Briefly?
No.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Shea?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no. That motion passes and will be on the next finance committee agenda. Going on to the next resolution, which is 230299. I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
I would move this resolution to council and I so move.
We've got a motion on the floor to move resolution 230299 to council. Is there support? Who supported that? Okay. Ms. Burns supported that. Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, real quick, for you to the guy who was up here, I guess he's the acting or CFO, can he come back up? I happened to step out and I asked the clerk, who was that guy? And she said to me, who you were. Can you tell me who you are? I'm Councilman Mass.
My name is Philip Ward.
What is your name?
Philip Ward.
How do you spell your last name?
M-O-O-R-E.
Oh, Moore.
Yes.
M-O-O-R-E. And what is your title?
What is my department?
Title, what is your position? What's your title?
Chief Financial Officer.
You're the CFO of the city of Flint?
Yes, sir.
You can't see.
Approval by the board here.
Beg your pardon?
I need the approval by the board.
Oh, now you're talking my language. Yeah, you can't nobody just make you CFO without approval of city council. Now you're talking the language I understand. When do they seem to want to bring you for approval? Do you know?
I have not heard yet.
Okay. Well, I want to hear about it. If you acting CFO as we in finance committee meet, before this meeting up, I might want to ask you a couple of questions. I'm doing it now, but I'm kind of doing it under what I call the goofy rules.
All right.
And I don't like to operate under the goofy rules. How long you been here?
I guess it's like 4 hours this afternoon.
Whoa! 4 hours. Come on, y'all let it concentrate.
Prior to this, most recently I worked for the city of Pontiac for the retirement system. Before that, I was the city manager, and then also the finance director for the city of Alma.
You were city manager for who?
The city of Alma, Michigan.
Of what, Michigan?
Alma, it's in
Alma. I heard of Alma. Why is the treasurer coming up with you? You want to tell me something? Let's see what she want to say. Because I asked for you and she came up, but you hear what you want to say.
Well, I was here when you received this money.
I can't hear you. You got to speak in the mic.
I was just coming up because I was here when you received this money.
Say that again.
I was here, Mr. Moore was not, when we received the speaker money, so that's why.
I can't hear you. I can't hear.
I was here back in April when we received the speaker money, so that's why I was coming up, and Mr. Moore was not.
I thought you was coming to tell me what my wife.
I heard that also.
Well, yeah. Okay, go ahead, Mr. CFO, what else did you say?
I also work for all the.
Is that all, Amanda? Well, who been paying? I don't know. You better double check that. Okay. Okay, go ahead, sir.
I was controller for college for 4 years, and also worked for Ray David as their finance director for, I think, 4 or 5 years.
Okay, Amanda, is it a deputy CFO in there right now? Do you know, sir?
There is not.
Okay, and so it should be a deputy there, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've been there 4 hours, so it ain't fair for me to ask you questions yet.
I'll do my best.
What you learned in 4 hours?
I know how to turn on my computer, I know my staff.
Mr. 4 hours, you gotta smile. I'm gonna see if you still be smiling 44 hours. Okay, 'cause I ain't say nothing one way or another about it right now, except when you gotta smile when I hear something going on, I get to the bottom of it. Council approval, let's see when they gonna bring you for council approval. Do you know our 90-day interim rule?
I don't know all the rules about that, no, sir.
Get with me, you think I'm gonna tell you right or wrong?
I have no idea, I haven't met you yet, please meet you.
You ain't never met me before.
No, sir.
Ain't never heard no rumors.
I've.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this in the first round? To our clerk, we lost our time. Thank you. Any other discussion on the first round? Any other discussion? Seeing none, any discussion in the second round? Seeing no movement, we'll call vote to send 230-299 to council.
This is ridiculous.
Yes.
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 Burns?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That resolution will be sent to council. Without objection, I'd like to order a 5-minute recess.
Whoa! Madam Chair, I got an objection. Oh, yeah, now,
What's your objection, Mr. Gates?
Make it 10.
She is not eligible to run the meeting. I just need 3 minutes.
Ain't none of us committee chairs. I want to see.
I checked with the city attorney about this afternoon.
What? I don't pay you no attention.
That's all right, but I did check with him and he
So
said.
you telling me if you get up, we can't move, cause ain't nobody no chair, I'm the senior council. Right?
That's correct.
You the
That's
supervisor.
what he informed me this afternoon.
Okay, and how you want to do it?
I would like a 5-minute recess.
Go ahead, you
Thank
scared
you.
of what's gonna happen while you gone? Student teacher.
Wow. Mr. City, take away. Oh, wait.
Wow.
your battery doing?
Actually, don't know. I can't see.
I couldn't either. That's why we got another cord over here for
Do you have another cord?
I'll say 9:30. Once you gotta go to work. A little bit more. I got it.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, we got to work together. We good. Did we get me here? Okay, good. Woo, there. That's Eric's one?
Yeah.
Going on. Yes.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Roll call, please.
Present.
Present.
There are 5 members present. The next resolution is 230300. I will entertain a motion. It's been moved by Mr. Murphy to move 230300 to council. Is there support? Support. It's been moved and properly seconded by Ms. Mouchette to move 230300 to council. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That resolution will be sent to council. The next resolution is 230301. I will entertain a motion. It's been moved to send 230301 to council. Is there support? Is there support?
Chair, also.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chairman Carter. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Is there anyone here that can speak on this, change order? This is change order number 4. Mr. Edwards? Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards.
Mr. Edwards?
Your time going right up, we get up here.
Oh, okay. Is this under planning and development?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And what's your name? Ashley. Hello, Ashley. How are you? I'm well. Ashley, can you, explain why we are going into a change order number 4 and what will the funds be used for? I was just over, maybe a couple of weeks ago, I was over at the shelter of Flint. There was some things going on. So.
Yeah, so the shelter of Flint, they're requesting funds to purchase items for their non-congregate house.
For the what?
The non-congregate house, it's a home that they own. And the funds will be put towards appliances, fixtures, and water heaters and washer starters.
So how many residents will live in the house? Do you know that?
I'm not sure. I can get you information.
Can you, I'm gonna vote to send this, to special affairs so that we can get that information. Let me see. Because, I mean, this is change order number 4. That's a lot. Thank you, Ashley.
I wanted to add that, they're requesting this also, because this is the part of the funds that needs to be spent, by, I believe, the end of this month.
Okay.
Yes, so, if we don't spend these funds, they will.
Oh, okay. And this, and the funds are under what budget?
This is the ESGC.
Okay, yeah. Okay. All right. I'm gonna make a motion, I would like to make a motion to, send this to special affairs. Amended motion to send this to special affairs.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send resolution 230301 to special affairs. Is there support? Support. It's been moved and properly seconded by Ms. Mashat to send down the resolution to special affairs. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. To Mr. Everett. So Ashley is a very nice person. But where's the deputy director of that department? Is Emily not going to be here restored?
This is a deputy. This is the deputy director.
She's not a department head though.
This person, no, she's, Emily Moore is the department director, yes, that's correct.
Correct. So are we to expect to have an Ashley, a very lovely person, Ashley here for the department head here?
I believe that she's going to make arrangements to be at council meetings, so.
Oh, and not
yes.
committee.
Yes, well, I don't know if she's going to not be at any committee, but the intent is that she will have two deputy directors that will be capable of answering questions in her absence, but it's not her intent to be absent from every council meeting.
Yeah, because in her contract, it's 7 and 3, and so we have one or two deputy directors.
There's
Okay, and how much these deputy directors make?
that information.
Well, so you got, I got a copy of those contracts, because we, Suzanne didn't ask y'all, you don't be here, you were away. But I think we need to bypass the council with position. We have, Suzanne didn't have two deputies, she did not. I mean, so with Ms. Doer's contract, she's the director, she's not here, she has two deputies. No other department head has got two deputies.
I probably need some clarification. What do you mean by?
Well, if there's a department, Police Chief Green has one deputy police.
These are competitive positions.
These are what?
These are competitive positions.
But
These
their
are not
title
appointees.
still stays staff.
Say again, I'm sorry.
Their title, she's a deputy. Does Suzanne have a deputy?
I don't think she wanted one. I don't think it was a matter that she could not have one. I don't think she wanted one.
Okay, if you can get a copy of your contracts, because when we get these contracts, we know that contracts will come through this. I think that's $75,000 threshold. And if it's gonna make her, our meetings are long, but I know when I look at that contract, just like we have here tonight, we have the police department is Chief Green. He came, because he has a resolution on the floor. We have, what other department? Your department has one. But I didn't see Mr. Fire Chief Wiggins is here. He doesn't have his deputy. I mean, they're here because the buck stops with them. And actually has nothing to do with you. And I get, because Suzanne had mentioned about these funds before we had to have them spent.
Thank you. Any other discussion on sending the resolution to special affairs? No, because we sent it. Any other discussion? See none, roll call vote to send resolution 230301 to special affairs. Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Mays? Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Russo? Yes.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no. That resolution is going to special affairs. Our next resolution I'll entertain a motion for is 230302. Okay, there's a motion on the floor to move 230302 to council. Is there support? It's been supported by Ms. Burns. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Mr. Everett will stay on one here. These are change orders. This is change order number 3 for Source and Gross York Pump Station. And this one is not to exceed an amount of $30,222. Why do we have another change order?
Excuse me.
This
Yes,
is change order, I think number 3.
yeah, this is part of the infrastructure project that we have going, the reservoir and the pump station combination. I'm not sure about, without looking at the resolution. Give me a moment, I know you guys have this time.
And I know we got like 10 jobs now, so.
Okay, yeah, I'm okay. Now, this was an addition. This had to do with the fact that they had some problems, vibration problems with one of the units inside of the pump station. So that was an unforeseen process. And so these are upgrades they're trying to make to that motor. They've been trying to stabilize this one pump motor so that it can function properly. So this is all part of that process.
Where are we paying for this?
Wind funds. This is all wind funds.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just not.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. That is my, that's the only question. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion?
So, yes, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead,
Mr. Edwards, so do you see, and I know you probably can't answer this, do you see where we're gonna go into change order number 4?
No, I don't see that as a real possibility at this time. They're coming to the end of this particular project at the pump station, stabilizing the motors. We just had that consultation. I meet with this team every week, as I meet with all of the different sites and their teams every week. It was told to me at this point in time, they found a way, that the engineering organization found a way to stabilize that motor. And so at this point in time, as I see it right now, and that was the last thing that needed to be done. They needed to stabilize this motor.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Any other discussion on this?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Through you to Ms. Edwards, can I get an overall list at all of these updates and changes as it relates to the water infrastructure?
Madam Chair, to Mr. Mays, could you give me
Yeah,
a little more detail about what you're
I
asking?
want to update, the wind funds been switched around, pump stations. I'm seeing in the news that we got problems with the sewer infrastructure. We voted on upgrades there. I want to see if you can give me an update on the water infrastructure and the sewer infrastructure in the next finance committee meeting. Do you understand that request?
Yeah, it'd be quite detailed, but it's something that I can put
Need more
together.
time?
I can work on putting something together for you. The multitude of projects, we have 4 phases of projects going on the sewer side, and we are finishing up with the multiple phases of projects on the water side.
Yeah, I want an update on both sides. And I want to see what you can give me by next finance committee meeting. If you need more time, I might be open for that. But we got problems with some of that infrastructure. And somebody put on the water tower, Flint Strong. So from where I sit, I gotta make sure that the infrastructure is strong. I've been sitting here doing these change orders, upgrades, and rearranging money for 10 years as it relates to the water infrastructure. And the sewer infrastructure, I thought we had that under control, but every time I look around, it's a different station having trouble. It was discharges that went into the Flint River just a week or 2 or 3 ago. You know what I'm talking about?
Absolutely. If you would like, I can explain it to you.
You want to explain it now and
I can give you, I can give you a brief explanation.
I can give you a brief explanation as well.
How about that?
Yeah, those, the system and upgrades we are making at the sewer plant itself has taken a great deal of the plant offline. More than half of the plant itself, we've taken quite a few aspects of that plant offline because we are upgrading. We're demolishing components of that plant to install new and improved aspects of it. So the plant
have to do with the discharges.
Yes, the regulation.
Station was overloaded, right?
The system, yes, that's what I would say to you is that the system took on more water because the plant itself, the plant is processing anywhere from 10 million to 15 million gallons. We have 100 million gallons in 1 day.
Wastewater, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about wastewater, just the wastewater. Right. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I want to update on what's going on. I want to see if we're on track. I want to see whether or not it's going to require more money. I want to see what the time frame is. So I want to get an update on the water infrastructure and the sewer for my own benefit and for the benefit of the city.
And if I could add to that.
Sure, we got 3 minutes to post that.
That the way the money situation operates is that some of the parts of the phases that we're doing in the wastewater plant is all, portions of it is forgiven money. Council about for this phase 3 was all money that came out of state harbor. So that's all grant money that we do not pay back. So there's several projects on the wastewater side that were forgiveness for full grant projects. So I just want to make that clear to you that there are projects where we are not paying the money back at all.
Yeah, so what phase are we in now?
We're in phase 3.
And it's 4 phases?
No, it's actually more than that. We already applied to the state for phase 4, but I know there's a phase 5 and phase 6 to the wastewater plant.
So 6 phases.
So far, the plan, the actual plan that we put together, I believe has 7 phases.
When it originally came down?
Yes, the original project plan, yes.
Yeah, I want an update on that stuff. And particularly when it's change orders, I'm a stickler when it comes to change orders. But particularly when it comes to that water infrastructure and wastewater infrastructure, I think it's time to get a good update. If you can handle that, fine. If you need more time, but I'm looking for a update on both the water and the wastewater side.
Yes, I can put it, sketch something together. I said, I'm able to sketch something together that will represent those projects.
That would be great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second? Madam Chair, go ahead, Ms. Burns. Thank you.
Ms. Edwards. So pump station 5 is getting some, now pump station, this door pump station. What about pump station number 5?
That's pump station number 5 will be in reference, I believe you're speaking of in reference to the sewer side. Door pumping station is part of the circulatory system for the clean water, or for the drinking water side. The sewer water side has the, and they don't call those pump stations, they actually lift stations, in which I believe you're speaking about a lift station number 5.
Yes, it seems to continue. So when funds with projects for, which the system is open, and that one clearly still needs some help. I mean, it happens to Mr. Writing. Well, they make. I I mean, when do we don't have a DPW director still, correct?
No, we don't.
And so we haven't since March 17th. So that's working. So 6 months. How is the, anybody applying?
There's been applicants that weren't, they weren't fully qualified, and yes, and the posting has remained open, so I mean, that's the best way to tell you. It's a unlimited, we have not taken it down, it's remained open.
Do we have to, with the issue that we had, is it required, are we not, this doesn't deal with the fact us being in compliance with the state with having, make sure our water is safe. I mean, we haven't had a DPW director in 6 months. I know it falls technically on you, but that's not your area of expertise.
But if I could, yeah, all of the requirements are being made. Ego's constantly meeting with me in regards to this. In fact, I met with the stormwater team just recently. We didn't really have the full complement, if you will, of the stormwater team until I assembled that. And so they were pleased with those steps going in that right direction. I'm fully vetted through them in regards to what the requirements are. We have all the capable people.
Are you qualified to do that and hold a license?
I'm sorry? I'm sorry, what you said?
I'm sorry, my colleague was, I think she was reading my mind out loud. So are you licensed to, to hold that? I mean, you're saying you're fully vetted. We are in an area where Flint shouldn't do any great area with water. I knew he was an accountant. Now, accountant DPW, that's a huge difference. I mean, and I'm looking at it because I'm very concerned about that. And because we keep having these problems with issues with our system, we get change orders, Court Street is now lakefront property. They have 16, 17 springs with that project. 6 months no DPW, that's the problem. And I can't, you're not a DPW guy.
I'm like,
and so to say, and then to say, I'm fully vetted. No.
If I can correct that statement,
please do.
That's not what I meant. What I'm saying to you is that the department and making sure all the requirements are met by Eagle has been fully vetted. That's what I was talking about. That we have the licensed people. I'm not that person, but I'm surrounded by all the appropriate people who are fully licensed. They handle the system. I don't.
Our water is the issue. Is it the wages with this position? Or what do you think is the biggest obstacle for us getting a DPW person?
The wages have been lifted. I really couldn't tell you at this point in time. The wages have been elevated, so I really don't know.
Paul is handling things. Paul is putting for retirement.
Yeah, they're not. We've done the internal piece. They're not interested. Nobody really. Part of it is if I'm being transparent, as you term that we use around here a lot, is that some people don't want to have to be confronted with this particular situation.
But asking if you got a DPW and are you qualified?
I'm just telling you.
That's a basic question.
No, I'm saying some people don't want this responsibility.
That's my time. I apologize.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other, go ahead.
Through you to Mr. Edwards. There's a special certification that DPW has that, right? There's something, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's like some sort of special certification that's needed to be in that position.
No.
No, there's not.
There's a licensure of, like, at the plant, you have to have a licensed operator of the plant. We do have it. And the water pollution control, you need to have somebody qualified with the operator's license. We have that. The people that work in the distribution center, we have, all of them have, Paul, like you mentioned, has a A1 license. So all the people that Eagle would require to operate in our system, that when we have to make a decision about boiled water, I don't make that call, Paul Simpson makes that call.
Okay, no problem. So is it possible that if we have those, trust me, I get what you're saying when you say it's difficult to find someone who would want to come here, simply because we are a city that was affected by our water crisis, and it was national, it was global. And so nobody wants to be the person that gets caught holding the bag if something is wrong with the water, or if water main breaks, stuff that normally happens and naturally happens, but because it's Flint, it's sort of a magnifier on it, right? And so I get that. But is there a possibility that we can hire from within?
I was speaking from within. Your point was about external candidates relevant to the city.
Yes.
I'm telling you, internal candidates who don't want to have to come here. Here meaning this chamber. That's what internal candidates have shared with me.
Understood. So, and I know you said that we had some applicants and none of them met the requirements for what's needed. Good luck. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Madam Chair, this is the second round.
Yes, it is. Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Let me say this on the record. Mr. Edwards, we had an investigative hearing with the former DPW director. His name was
Mike Brown.
Mike Brown. And Mike Brown testified, I know, that he felt threatened going to the mayor's office. I'm not going to let you stand up here and say publicly that people are telling you they don't want to come to the council. They might be, but I know folks that don't want to deal with the mayor in his office. Rob Benson testified, I know he had him shred up some documents. And then the mayor came and lied to him, in my opinion, and said he didn't have no dealings with that. We've had the highest turnover of department heads in the 10 years that I've been here. From my chief financial officer to DPW and the rest. A lot of Ferguson left in the middle of this project, so you standing up here saying openly that folks don't want the job because they don't want to come to council. Folks have left the job, in my opinion, because they have dealt with a money acting mayor. One that ain't truthful and honest. Mike Brown, in my opinion, did it. We done had chief financial officers come and go. One just got fired. They ain't that the status of the one that was here. James, she got fired, right?
Yes, Ms.
Yeah, I know the answer to what I'm hearing is yes. So I'm not gonna let you get away with that. Not on the council that I sit on. And I'm not gonna let the public hear a one-sided story. In my opinion, tell the truth and the whole truth. It's been a mess down in that administration. A bunch of mess. With a bunch of department heads. Way more chaos than coming to a council meeting. So I'm not gonna let you get away with it. And I would be very careful when I say that publicly if I were you. Because every time you say it once, I'm gonna say it 2 or 3 times on what's been happening downstairs in the mayor's office with department heads. Suzanne been here for years, she gone. Chief financial officers, high turnover in that department, no devil. This is a chaotic administration. DPW, and you want to imply or kind of slyly say it's because of this council. Well, I rebuke that. I rebuke it. I think it's because the mayor be walking around with a little head blind and medical problems. I don't think Mike Brown will come up here under oath, facing the penalty of perjury and lie about the mayor threatening him as it related to his job. But I do believe the mayor came up here after Mike Brown and lied about no involvement in the bid process. That's who you're working for. You know it better than I do. I went to church with him for 30 years. Daddy baptized him and married him when he got grown, and he lied on me about murder. I could have written document. I know who he is. I know how he operates. That I wouldn't be surrounded if I were you trying to protect him. He has a terrible record of managing department heads and employees, in my opinion. Now, you can have a different opinion than me, but this is my opinion. Terrible. And that has something to do with the turnover clause, even in the ombudsman clause. You got 34 seconds. You want to say I'm wrong?
I was asked about the DPW director. I mean, I understand.
I'm talking about DPW, chief financial officer, the law department, the ombudsman, the whole array of city government.
The ones that I talk to personally share.
If I were you, I would quit cloaking. Quit cloaking for that man. I heard the word cloaking years ago. Quit cloaking for him. Thank you so much.
Good. Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Seeing none, I'm going to take just a quick second because this is the finance committee and I know it's a little off topic, but did you know that if we don't have our stuff ready for the audit, it's going to cost us another $48,000? Okay, I wanted to make that public, that the turnover in finance department is very concerning to me as well. And the fact that it could cost us $48,000. Doesn't matter when the audit stuff is ready. They scheduled us. They planned it. I got a phone call from them today. $48,000 additional in expenses. Thank you very much. See how there's no more discussion on resolution 230302. I would like to ask Madam Clerk, do the roll call, please.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Vote is 6 yes, 0 no. The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That resolution will be sent to council. The next resolution is 230304. And I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Miggs.
Yeah, I would move this out of funding for the Latin X Technology Center to council.
There's a motion on the floor to move to council. Is there support? There's a motion to, there's a motion on the floor, properly supported, to send 230304 to council. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Miggs.
Is anybody here to explain the Latinx Technology Center? If so, I wish they could come forward. I've seen this gentleman at other council meetings. Right now, you got 4 minutes to tell me what I need to know.
Yes, sir. Greetings, City Council. My name is Stacey, current resident at 701 Loyola Drive, and current executive director of the Latinx Technology and Community Center. Thank you for entertaining the motion in our application for ARPA funds for $50,000 for neighborhood and blight improvement. Over the last 6 years.
That's what it's for, neighborhood blight improvement.
That's correct.
And what you gonna do with that $50,000?
Continue to do the good work that we've been doing in revolutionizing the way the east side looks in our area and our and continue to do the good work that we've been doing and making sure that we're cleaning up the neighborhood over in our area of Flint's east side neighborhood.
Okay, and what is the good work you've been doing and how is this technology gonna help?
Yes, sir. Our mission and vision is a healthy community, and we realize that the conditions of the neighborhood drastically and directly impact the overall quality of health and well-being of our residents. Due to that, we actually maintain 60 lots in the Clean and Green Road program.
60 lots.
That's correct.
So you gonna clean it up or you gonna apply technology to the lot?
We will not do anything with technology in the lots.
Say that again.
We will not be adding any technology
What
infrastructure.
would the 50,000 do?
There's a number of things to keep the lots clean, and then.
Is that enough?
I was never enough.
Well, why you didn't ask for more money?
That was the max.
It was.
Yes, sir.
The max for who?
For that, specific line item, that specific, ask for our.
Who put that on there as the max?
I'm not sure.
You want me to look and see if I can change the max?
No, sir.
You just want 50,000?
I think we can do some great work with 50,000. I think that would add a whole lot of capacity to what we've already been doing. If we've been using sticks and stones, and we've been able to move mountains, I'm excited what 50,000 can help us do.
I would never tell nobody publicly I don't want to increase the max.
Yes, sir.
You started this bad shit.
And that's what I'm saying, so I'm excited.
And you saying to me publicly, you don't even want me to check to see if you get more money.
I would say, I would be blessed and honored if we would be considered for 50,000.
You didn't answer my question. You more of a politician than me, and I see through you. So, what's your name?
My name is Asa Asensio Zucaro, and I'm the service.
Asa.
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 Yes, sir.
Now, you know, women get sensitive about it, but I don't think me and you do. How old are you?
I am 32.
And how long you been dealing with this on the east side?
I was born on the east side, spent a lot of years growing up on the east side, and I have been serving in this position as executive director for the last 6 years.
I want to help you, but I think I can maybe help you more than 50,000. And I don't know if you understand that. And maybe you do, and maybe 50,000 is sufficient. I don't even like to vote on these recommendations because of what I'm terming an illegal advisory committee. But I'll do it for you with this 50,000. But I ain't satisfied with that. I want to know more about what you do. I'm reading it and it says, X technology.
Yes, sir.
Does that mean a high-tech line or something?
Correct. In 2001, our organization was established with the help of my community college, and it was to establish technology centers in strategic areas of the city, specifically North Flint and East North Flint, and we were one of those. That's what we have technology in our organization name.
That's just the name.
That's our organization name.
But y'all gonna do some hands-on cleaning.
Correct, yes, we are out there with shovels,
And that's what the 50,000 gonna help you do.
Yeah, for the next 3 years to help support that work.
60 lots.
Yes, sir.
We need to talk.
Yes, sir.
And you need to quit being so council friendly. You ain't scared to come to council with you.
Not at all.
If you was the DPW director, you got no problem talking to me, do you?
No comment, no spending. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Bichette. Oh, was it?
This me.
Yeah, okay.
To Asa through you.
Yeah.
So, the question about the 50,000, is it a capacity issue? If more than 50,000 was available, could you handle more than 50,000?
Oh, without doubt.
Okay. Because, and I know what you're talking about on the ARPA application, when they were all initially due in March, you had to fill it out. Every category did have a limit for how much you could apply for, and I'm sure a lot of people did not go back and check after they filled out their ARPA applications. But in some of those categories, the limits were raised. And so what Mr. Mays was going with that was there is a possibility, I don't speak for him. But what I do know is, one, from the categories being raised, it's a possibility that your category was raised, and then two, as has been stated relentlessly, City Council does have the ability to move money around if possible. But if you are asking for 50, you are saying 50 is sufficient, I don't know if you want to nod your head and stay at 50. But what I will say is, I am in support of this. I know exactly what the east side looks like. I know exactly what that section of the third and fourth ward look like and how it's collected and it's been over the years. And in any way that I can support and help clean up that area and get it looking as beautiful as the most beautiful areas in Flint, I'm for it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you for coming. You know, I think we got about 60 years, 60-something cleaning green groups out there. They get a stipend from the Genesee County Land Bank for servicing those lots. So those lots that you take care of, they give you a stipend for them. When I came to your event that you had the other day, 2 or 3 weeks ago, one of the issues I had was, and it's not your issue, it's just the amount and massive amount of life. So when I hear that you are getting $50,000, I think about the other cleaning groups that's out there doing work. And I want to be fair. I want to make sure that not only is we're going to try to give you $50,000, but is the other cleaning green groups in the city of Flint, will they be able to get the same $50,000 like they give it to you? Because at the end of the day, those lots that y'all take care of, you get reimbursement dollars for that particular thing. The $50,000 that you are asking for, what is it for?
Specifically, it's to invest in some equipment, right? Our equipment is aged. We've been using the same rubber down lawnmower for the last 6 years.
It's a lawnmower.
My point is, I don't mind supporting the $50,000 for the Latinx community, but you got some cleaning green groups in the first ward, the second ward, the third ward, the fourth ward, the fifth ward, the sixth ward, the seventh ward that may be dealing with those same issues. And I don't want to just do one for the Latinx community, for y'all to maintain what y'all already maintaining when other groups are probably struggling to maintain that. So if we're doing the $50,000 for Latinx, that's cool. But when I went down to Wall Street, I think it's big, it's horrible. And now, if you came and said, okay, we get $50,000, we want to maintain the lots that we have, and we want to add, in addition to what we already maintain, cleaning up an additional area on the east side. We only really provide you the necessary equipment that the other groups are wanting to do, and your area is in the third ward, and the east side is my versus area, so I support it, but I also want to be fair and make sure that we ain't leaving other people out, because when I think about the cleaning green group, and I work with them, I'm on the land bank board for years, there are other groups that have the same struggle that you have, that we may not be giving funding to. That's in other people's wards that can help impact other people's wards. And even though, I'm thankful that it's in the third ward, I'm not hearing that if we give you $50,000, when Councilman Murphy ride down the street, I'm gonna see the street that look better than what it already do. Because if some of the streets over there by the Latinx community look as bad as they is, and you already maintain the clean and green, and we give you $50,000, that $50,000 ain't gonna decrease those lots that ain't already. It's just gonna help you maintain what you already doing. And if we gonna do that, let's look at funding other clean and green groups. That's what I'm saying to my colleagues, and I support this, but what I'm saying, there is so many other groups out there that do clean and green programs that can use the same 50,000, 80,000.
What's your point?
Has the speaker said that they are not willing to maintain or add on to what they're maintaining?
He don't care.
We talked about clean and green, so I'm saying specifically what we presented with the cleaning green. He didn't say, I'm going to add on and I'm going to do in and above the cleaning green. And I'm just thinking about the other cleaning green groups that are not here to be able to speak on what about us. That's what I'm saying. Because they probably watching this and like, oh, y'all didn't do 50,000 and he brought up cleaning green. Now, like he said, we just doing the neighborhood. He said specifically we cleaning green to help capacity. There are other groups, and when y'all look going in our neighborhood, y'all see signs that say cleaning green groups in y'all particular area. So there's other groups that do the same thing.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Any other discussion in the first round?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
And this is to Councilman Murphy too. Councilman Murphy, and I'm just saying this, I thought that the clean and green was under land bank. Okay. But I think you guys do over and above what is necessary for clean and green, right?
That's correct. With the stipend that we get from the land bank, there's so many vacant lots on the east side that have gone abandoned and burned down, that with those stipends that we get, we're only able to maintain a third of the total land bank properties.
And I know that, you guys sent me a letter, and I made copies, and I submitted the letter to Councilwoman Priestley and Councilman Murphy, because I no longer, your community center is no longer Fifth Ward. So I did submit the letter to them, and I actually outlined which property belongs to Third Ward and Fourth Ward. You did get that right. So would those properties be on the list to maintain? I know that a couple of them were blighted and.
Absolutely. We're trying to escalate a couple of those properties that have been on the dump list for quite some time, and actually one did catch on fire earlier this week.
Okay. Yeah, that's a big problem in the Fourth Ward and Third Ward, actually. I mean, now Third Ward. Okay. You know what? I support you 100%. With everything that you do. But I'm trying to figure out, and I would like to talk to, who did this resolution? Is Latrice Brown here? Or Ashley? Madam Chair, for you to Shelley? Okay.
Thank you.
And maybe Shelley and, thank you, Asa. Maybe Shelley and Ashley can come forward. I wanted to find out how did this resolution that Asa is coming to us for, how did it get set aside from the other resolution to 230310?
Because, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Carter, his is not a fiduciary, so he's a standalone. So under the hub, when you get later down the resolutions, they have 9 organizations that are.
Okay.
So that's why his was separated, because he didn't need a fiduciary.
Okay. And so he applied for his separately. He was one of the so many that applied. Okay.
Separately, and then the other ones, the hub was their fiduciary. So
okay.
And so when we decide what happened under the mayor is that every ward is going to get 50,000 to do cleanup.
So then.
Are you just giving him?
So then it looks like the third ward is going to get.
Every ward is. But we're going to have to the other.
But the center is in the third ward. That's the third ward, 50,000. So
you can't get nobody else.
question. No,
Look, you're sitting up here, you shooting yourself in the foot.
no. Did you know that I was not involved in where $50,000 go in the third ward?
Yeah, but I know that you probably didn't pay attention to this right here. You get another 50,000.
Wow.
Okay,
So when we get down to the hub one, there, I'll call you back up.
yeah, I will. Okay, I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
You didn't see that?
Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I want some clarity on this because I am confused. So, and then it stated 10,000 for each ward. That each ward, and that's gonna be 9. And so, in addition, so are we all getting 50,000 on top of that? Or how is it? Oh, that's in the ward.
Yeah.
Right,
That's
so,
gonna be the 50,000.
okay.
And it's up underneath the engagement neighborhood.
Yes, neighborhood engagement. Yeah, but they are, they're staying, again, they're still standalone.
They're a 501c3.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was my clarity, on that, because, and thank you, because my questions were answered in your detailed questions. And Asa, it is very important the work that you do, especially as our community grows. And also non-speaking, say Americans, the work that you do is actually to be commended. But fourth, third, was it fourth, third? It was split in. It was split.
The Latinx Center is located in the third ward.
Now.
Right. Even before this, it was not in the fourth.
Correct. No, it was in the fifth ward. And so now you have 2 council people. He got enough stuff going on in her board with blight. So, but 2 people, you want to so you want to be more involved in the decision-making process.
I didn't know there was no money set aside for the third ward for just 50,000, because you got good church on Homewood that's been trying to advocate for some money. So I'm not, I won't consider, nobody said 50,000 is for the third ward, and they consulted with me on what my recommendations are. So this don't have nothing to do with me, even though I support Asa and that work. I'm with Councilman Mays on this, we agree. I would like to see additional dollars, but I'm thinking as an advocate for the clean green groups, that we got them groups all over the place that's dealing with the same issue when it comes down to equipment. And just because 50,000 coming to me don't mean,
It's not coming to you. Don't get no more trouble, Quincy. It's not coming to you.
So, and I get what you're saying, because you're saying it's other groups, that's not your problem, Mason. I'm sorry. You want your 50 grand to do your work and not make it complicated. The rest will be on us. So, that is why I said working sessions. And then everybody needs to be here, because that's where you do the work. You just go ahead and apply, I want my 50 G's, adios. That's all you want. That's quick, because I don't think that as much as Councilman Murphy, takes care of his work things, I don't think that would come off like that. But we still need a working session. And don't ever say that I don't want to take no more money. Do not. Listen, she's like an FF, she co-signed. So seriously, because we have issues in the first, second, third, fourth, and then the balance, and I have problems that I didn't have before. that are some serious issues in mind. And so, don't turn down no money. Don't do that. I mean, because if you're doing good work and you are with the center, and you have 2,000, keep them in the loop. Anything that you do, make sure you get in contact with them, because that's so important. I ask my residents and my associates, I try to be everywhere. I'm tired. It was called me on holiday. But don't ever turn down the money, and this is why we need a working session. And we still need one to talk about. We need to take some money from some places to do some other things that we can do it in. We can't. We're not supposed to do it behind doors. We're supposed to do it in session so that we can, the public, in the Open Meetings Act, so we won't be in violation of the Open Meetings Act. So get your 50 Gs. Don't keep it complicated. Just get it up and good luck.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? I think that's everybody except for myself, which I have nothing more to add to what they've said. Although I do want to know what lies in the fourth quarter. We can get to that later. Any discussion in the second round? Mr. Mays.
The center has always been on the border of multiple wards.
Resolution specifically in Ward 4, and I want to know whether that needs to be changed or amended. I want to talk to Ms. Green and the other lady real quick, because I'm hearing something about her, but then there's resolution 230304. Let me ask you this question. Hey, so you didn't know that I had called him up and I asked him to tell me by Monday whether or not we can increase your money. So they don't tell me by Monday. The way that I look at this process, Ms. Burns is 100% right. Ms. Winfrey Carter and I are senior council people. I know they hate for me to say that, but it's just a fact. We senior council people. And senior council people made good points sometimes, but we not heard. But Ms. Burns is also right in line with what Ms. Winfrey Carter and I are talking about. We need working sessions because the buck stop here. We can change or amend, we can move money, we can change the word on resolutions, we can make and change rules. Blight is a problem. And you probably know better than I do, because when we started out with our funds, you know what I said? I said that if you build new houses on empty lots, people won't dump them. Yep. And I still stick with that philosophy, but they've eaten up so much money so fast. I don't know if I'll see a new deal. But the best way to stop blight on Russell Street or any other street is put a house there with a front and backyard, and people don't dump in people's front and backyards. And I'm gonna tell one of my colleagues, if I hear him banging Russell Street again where I live, no, it's gonna be a political problem. Because I know Flint very well. I know the east side, the north side, and I'll ride up and down the street. And Mr. Murphy, specifically to you, lay off of Russell Street. Because I know what the third one looked like. I know what the first one looked like, and I know what some of the streets don't look like after you've been there for 4 years. I've cleaned up so much blight in 10 years, I forget about it because it's coming back. Until you put houses or something on some of them lots, folks gonna dump in the dark. Some of them streets is so pitch black, all you have to do is cut your lights off at night and dump. Yep. Lighting is an issue. cameras is an issue. I had high hopes for Blight when these opera funds hit. But then you had 5 new council people come in and they know way more than they think they know. They think they know council rules, they think they know how not to discriminate. This is a terrible bunch. Some of us call it a shady bunch. But I'm not biting my tongue. And I'm not easing off of them because they ain't eased off of me. I want some of them gone. Just like I wanted some of the other ones gone. I'm ready to get down to serious business. Ms. Burns, if we called another working session on our funds, would they show up? That's why they got recall rankings. Millions of dollars and folks won't show up to discuss the details. Ms. Green, can y'all have that information on what he applied for to be my special affairs money? I want to see if I can help you do more. Even though we got problems in our area, I want to help you. I like to demonstrate that.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Any other discussion in the second round?
Thank you, Ms. Green.
Go ahead.
What's your name, man?
Ashley.
Ashley.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
So, here's one thing, I support the, 50,000, I'm not sure, it's like more for, I would suggest not put, adding this for award funding in there, when we didn't get exhausted on, what we think should happen with any kind of funding for the award. I know Good Church applied for that, was it 50,000? They applied for 50,000, they didn't get it. They, for the last two years, they've been going, cleaning up vacant lots and, fixing up people's homes out of their own money and raising money on a yearly basis. So they were trying to see if they could get some ARPA dollars. Even this year, I was trying to get $100 before they did their project, and they wasn't able to get funding. They applied for some funding, and they didn't get any money. They called, asked me for an application. So here we is, we get 50,000. And they don't do it over there. They just go and cut the vacant lots just because, so they don't get reimbursement for the work that they do over there.
Can't wait till they vote. I really don't know how they do things. I can't wait.
The only issue I have, hopefully, with this 50,000 outside of the clean and green program that you guys get reimbursement for, we'll see an impact in the other lots that the land bank owns. But here we are, given I just think this whole process and how this ARPA application is being distributed could have been more involved with the city council. And my conscience, I just don't feel comfortable giving one person money, and then you got other people that I know, because not only am I the councilman for over in your particular area, there are other groups, clean and green groups, that's doing great things. And then if they find out that we give money to one particular group, and they not getting no money to help them with, I think that's gonna be a problem. It's already a problem with my conscience that we gonna give some funding to help you maintain the same thing that other groups is maintaining outside of, as you came here and said, I'm going to be doing other vacant lots outside of the clean and green groups, because the clean and green lots that y'all already maintaining, I'm sure state would because y'all been maintaining them already, so they ain't as bad as when I go down some of the other streets. I'm gonna support this, but I just got some problems with this application process, with this process. That's why I'm telling you, we don't want to come, so I'm just going to go through the dynamic. I got problems with, we got other cleaning groups that ain't here today, that may be watching, that say, okay, you can give $50,000 for one cleaning group, but here we is, been doing cleaning for years, and we ain't getting no cleaning. What do we tell them? Oh, they don't have a 501c3, or they don't have the capacity, but they apply like good church did. But they can't get no money. It's not fair. I have a big, serious problem with that. But I'll be supporting this one here. But other than that, I got some real serious issues. I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Is there any other discussion in the second round? Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. See, they got you to get your money and go. You learn it here. We need to have and I agree with Councilman Murphy, and he did show up at the working sessions. He did. I would give him that. He took some heat to some of them too, and he stayed. But I think that the process is, you just want your money, so you don't have to stand. I don't have any questions because this is all on our end now. This is our end because the application process is not fair. And that's why Councilman Mays and I have the lawsuit. It was 12 people. We don't know who proved it. He said, good church deserves something. These 12 people, we do not know, we did not pick these 12 people. We had nothing to do with this process. According to the charter, Member 5, it's a violation, in my opinion, of an open meeting act. After some independent attorneys also. You cannot have, they making recommendations, just like the city advisory. When they make a recommendation, they bring them here, they put it in the form of a resolution, and we know that committee is doing the same thing. This council is just doing some lawless road stuff, which has nothing to do, you don't have to say, I don't think you are our own good. And I'm gonna tell you, I have to abstain because it is a lawsuit. And I have abstained on all of them because the process is not fair, nor is it equitable. And it was not done transparent. There are no records of what happened when we had these meetings. When you, Madam Chair, to the clerk, did you receive any records of the 12-person committee who gave these recommendations? I have none. Do you have any dates that they met? I have none. So, this is the city's money, so it is cherry picking. And you cherry pick, it's wrong. You have a 12-person city that they don't even know if they got a stipend. This is the third council meeting I have to tell the city administrator they did get a stipend. It's on the city website. They put it up, we didn't. If they got a stipend. And so because you have a great, your organization. There are other good organizations also, and we don't know how they came to those decisions. Why was Good Church turned down? We don't know. Why? They had a 12-person art committee. We had met secretly at the Flint Public Library and were paid to give a recommendation. They were given $500 to make a recommendation. That's what they were given. But no one can tell us anything. I won't be a part of it because just like Morris is good, Councilman Murphy has issues with Good Church, as he should. You don't know why. The clerk is the official record keeper. Anything happens in the city of Flint is supposed to be recorded for a lifetime after the city clerk. They didn't use the city clerk. We're violating, not me, because I'm not. Our own city charter. And I got a raggedy city charter. Because I use it and I go through, and not selectively. I don't use it as an alibi, unfortunately. So when I look at that, these other great organizations, and we needed to know about working session, we would have figured out, do we know Good Church, or the committee never came before us. We asked them to come during our working session. All council members did attend. 4 people attended those working sessions. Councilman Mays, Councilman Carter, Councilman Murphy, and myself. And Councilwoman Davis, she was not on our council yet. No one else showed up. Because, and who's showing up tonight to vote for yours? Because I'm going to abstain. I'm going to abstain. But the ones who gave these pretty speeches, and will they have a bill to show up? Will you show up in your council seat so you can or cannot vote? This is important stuff. They want to use this little, will this council? Will you be here? Will you be absent again? And what happened? These things are empty. And your project is important, just like good church. They're not here. And so I have to abstain because I know everybody. You know, we want to know why good church, when they meet in secrecy, this is the mess you get. We didn't create this mess. We didn't create that 12-member body. It's the mess you get when they don't do stuff right. Charter is enforceable. I want the charter to be enforced.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms.
So, let me do a favor. Because right now, I don't want this to be a no for you, right? And I just think maybe a little more time, people have time to look at some numbers, people have time to look at and move some things around and see how we can resolve this. Because again, I believe in the work that you're doing, I applaud the work that you're doing. You are helping a population in our city that it has proven that it gets ignored when it comes time to give information, education, or make decisions for it. And so, because I want you to know that I am in support of, and I'm not saying that anybody else is not, because I hear all their concerns. All their concerns are very much valid. But there's a way that we around this to work with you and make sure that, as my colleague the third said, others get the help that they need as well. But we don't cancel what you're doing. I want to make sure that we do that. I would like to give this some more time, and I would like to make a motion. Amended motion, not substitute. A substitute, okay. I'd like to make a substitute motion to postpone to.
You're right, there's a substitute motion to keep resolution 230304 in finances, there's support. All right, it's been moved and properly seconded to keep resolution 230304 in finance. Is there any discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Mace.
Asa, can you come here on the service? Come on, bro. Hey, I want to serve you. I want to serve you right here. I just listening to you. If you working in this sport world, you know, so hard, but there's part of there. Okay, for you to now get to the council, we don't have to switch this language of this resolution if it's specific to for the board. I'm thinking we better fix that as we get ready to move forward. So that we can be free from that. Okay, and then, you know, I'll vote postpone it. Vote to move, but I will vote to postpone it because light is something I would vote for with or without a recommendation from any illegal permit. And so some of the things that we in litigation on, because I stand firm on home improvements and light, and then there's another category of business. You know, I've been advocating to help Morris Peters with the building downtown. I know of somebody who applied forms. They can buy a corner store for $800,000-$900,000. So I want to help get that category off the dime for business and home improvement and block them three categories that I feel strongly about. And I'm real close, Asa, to before we get to the next finance committee meeting. I might try my luck and roll the dice and see if we can have another working session. Because that's sorely needed. And if they don't show up, then I'll go back home. Hey, so, let me speak real fast. This ring, when you walk up here and think that, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I know you could do it. What? This is the question that I want to ask you. You took the position that Lottie Ferguson had.
Yes, sir.
Did you know Lottie Ferguson said on record before this council she was going to contact all 700 of them, request forms? Have you had any contact with them?
No, there's a plan for that.
I want to hear it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mapes. Any other discussion?
Right here.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms.
I'm gonna pick up to let, Councilman, can you explain, the process to do those 800 forms and through the navigator's office and, so that, we can have it on record, please? So that we're not leaving behind those residents who did come to those meetings. Thank you, Ms. Michelle Square. Ms. Michelle Square.
All right, Councilwoman Burns, Councilman Hayes. So the navigation program will contact all of those applicants that they have received, so they're going to assist us with that. We also have a plan for each one of the homeowners, people who are going to fix and do work for the homeowner will come out and let everybody know what the process is to sign up for their organizations to receive the help. So we have 4 to 5 sessions that we're putting together right now.
Request with
Go ahead.
through you to the speaker. The question is, when will that information be shared? Because I got my own point.
We're waiting on Councilwoman Liddell, who is asked to put it together. I'm just waiting on.
I don't even want to hear no more. When you say Liddell Lewis and y'all got a plan, that's why we messed up now.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. And so, and I'm gonna agree with you, Councilman Mays, on that, because she's not even here. For the second meeting, and I know, the second meeting, she had all this, it was so important to be here, will we vote on ARPA? She's not even here to vote on ARPA. You know, and this plan, if she's initiating it, she's not even here. We got a group that wants, and who needs this whole process. It was flawed before you were here. And I appreciate you, the meeting we had. We had a very good, I think, productive meeting. And I understood that was one of my questions about the navigators and how they will do this process. And I think we had some very good dialogue. And I wanted to make sure that, we give people not more of this meeting, we have something to community, actually give them a walkway to do something. But they need to reach this people. The council does not, we are the council. They got to think in the administration. And there is a separate, we have to work with the administration, but we got to do our end on the, that's why this is a mess. It's a mess. We haven't even agreed even to come to the administration because it's lacking, we lack leadership. And in the absence of leadership, there is chaos. And the ad hoc committee did not have a meeting. All this should have been done, not one working session, and they didn't attend. I'm done with it.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this amended motion or substitution? Any other discussion? I have one quick comment, and that's to my colleagues, is that I did not read the resolution. I'm going to the application summaries that we have, and I saw that it was the 3rd, 4th, and 5th wards on the application. I don't know why it says specifically the 4th ward in the resolution, but your applications said 3rd, 4th, and 5th, which is why I was not aware that it was specifically in the 4th ward. So you're covering this specifically in the 4th ward isn't necessarily true. It's throughout that whole area.
That's correct.
Okay. What geographic area are you covering?
I know we've supported, community cleanups, across the river. We supported, community cleanups over by Franklin and all over the east.
Yes, I go with insurance. I go with insurance. They don't have the south side of Okay, thank you, Jason, very much. Okay, this, any other discussion in this round? Seeing none, roll call vote to keep resolution 230304 in finance. Mr. Mays.
Yeah.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Yes. The vote is 6 yes, 0 no to keep resolution 230304 in finance. Our next resolution is resolution 230306. I'll entertain a motion. Does anyone have a motion on 230306? Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
I would move, 230306, JF Capital Company, WPC, Influence, Change, Emergency Repair Council.
Okay, it's been moved to send resolution 230306 to council. Is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded to move 230306 to council. Is there any discussion?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
I hadn't looked at the wording on this resolution. And as I try to look at it, seems like it's got something to do with sewer, so that's why I separated it so I could get more detail. Mr. Edwards, you can hear me, right?
Mr. Mays, the department head is here.
Emergency procurement,
Mr. Mays, the department head is here.
On the sewer department, ma'am, can you come forward? And restoration, that's $235,000. This is an emergency expenditure that you need.
Yes, it is.
Pull it all the way down, pull it down.
It doesn't want to go down.
So this is something emergency come out
Yes,
of
it is.
nowhere.
It's a repair of a broken gate.
It's a repair of what?
A broken gate, the water comes to the wastewater plant. There are 3 pumping stations, the northwest pumping station, the east pumping station, and the third avenue pumping station, which is down by Kevin. We direct that flow, it all comes into one influence structure. And this gate is in the influence structure. And what it does is let us direct water through the plant. When the gate broke, when we get high flows, we open the gate and let the water go through the retention treatment basin. Well, this gate broke during the rainstorm, and I think it was April 13th on that weekend. It pulled away from the wall. We can't open it, we can't close it, it's partially open. But when we get a high flow, we can't direct the water back to the retention treatment basin and through the plant. So what we have to do is actually slow the flow down from the third avenue pumping station because it will overwhelm the plant. It'll actually come off the top of that influence structure.
How long has it been like that?
Well, it broke on the 13th of August.
It broke when?
August 13th.
August. Was you here when I asked Mr. Edwards to try to give me some update on all of the water and wastewater upgrades?
I've been here since 5 o'clock.
Okay, so you heard that conversation?
Yes, I did.
You've been before this council before.
Yes.
And when you come as I'm gonna call you as a department head, whether it's proper or not, you go over that way, right? You told us what you need, and we listened to you, and we tried to give you what you want, correct?
Yes.
And I think that's what's gonna happen here today. You heard me defend the council, so to speak, about folks coming before council. You did not have a problem coming before this council.
No, I haven't.
And you was here under the old council.
Yes.
Now, you don't have to answer this, but this is the words of the two now. I'm just saying. But my point is, I'm on the business council. I've done business with department heads, and, all people from my foundation and my college or whatever. And I'm on the business council because I'm not particularly this council, but the council procedure. And we're going to continue to take care of business. Don't hesitate when you need something, whether it's emergency or otherwise. Y'all sewer fund account, you can take care of yourself.
Yes, it does.
Right, I've done a good job with it before you and now with you. So when you come, I have no problem, and I don't even have to ask, can this sewer account deal with the amount of money? I'm looking at $135,000, about $136,000.
Right.
You know what your account looks like.
Right, we have the money available.
Yeah, thank you, I will support it.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
What is your name again?
I'm Jeanette Best.
Jeanette Best. And you run the water treatment plant on Linden, Flushing?
Beecher Linden.
Beecher Linden, okay.
Water pollution control.
Okay. And so Eagle has stated that, if it's not fixed, because it's an emergency repair, that they would charge the city of Flint $25,000 per day.
They could.
That they could. And so that they send us in a letter form.
They sent it in an email just to let us know. I've been in contact with Eagle since the day it broke.
Okay.
And they're very much, happy that we're working for getting it repaired. Positive.
Did they give a date when it needed to be completed by?
No.
They would like to?
Okay. They know it's going to take us 3 or 4 weeks because we have to fabricate parts. To get into the influent structure, we cannot shut off the floating plant at all. So we have to lock off a part of the structure so that we can get to the gate that needs to be repaired. So we have to actually fabricate a wall put in so that we can dry out the other half.
Okay, so it's definitely an emergency repair.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion in the second round? Any discussion in the second round? Seeing no movement, roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk, to send 230306 to council. Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Jeff? Yes. Mr. Mays?
Yeah.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The next resolution is 230309, and I will entertain a motion. Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, I would move 230309 contract complete towing service for the police department council.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send 230309 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded by Ms. Burns to send 230309 to council. Is there any discussion? Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, for you to the Chief Green. I don't know if you've been there as long as the police department lady, but it looks like you're burning the candle on both ends.
Oh my God, there you go.
And I believe that you stuck around because you knew this was on the agenda. Am I right or wrong?
That's correct.
I figured I was correct because every every now and then you might call me, but you call me if it relates to this. Why is this important for you to get paid?
Well, impounds and towing is a major part. Impounds and towing is a major part of our police operations on a daily basis.
And what is this asking for?
This is enter into a contract.
And what would that contract say? Do we have the contract yet?
I don't have it, I'm sure. This was so if you recall, this was in response to a RIP that Joyce McClain and myself prepared for bids. We're going to receive one bid, and that's complete total.
Where is the contract? Madam Clerk, do we have the contract? It says the resolution is saying, upon city council approval, I hereby authorize to enter into a contract with complete towing for police department for towing and storage services. Do we have a contract?
Yes.
It's a copy of the contract attached.
But contracts aren't signed until after.
But we have a copy. Chief, I haven't read what is basically the contract saying and doing, and it's similar to the one we already had.
That's correct.
What is it saying?
This is identical. I believe this contract is a 2-year contract. And it includes their charges for impounds, storage of vehicles. And it includes stipulations of auctions, the auto auction, and things of that nature.
Have any of the prices went up from their last contract?
I'm not sure, I don't believe so.
Do you have, did we get a copy of their last contract, Madam Clerk? Chief?
I don't have it.
You got it?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get a copy of both contracts and set them side by side, read them over the weekend. And I wanna see what I hear and see. I'm always, scrutinizing a contract complete over the years. You know, there's been debate and even one there. I think we set up our own storage and towing operation. So whenever this comes up, I'm gonna separate it. I'm gonna look at it and take it from there. I'm gonna vote to move it to council and keep it moving. But between now and what's the day, Wednesday, going into Thursday, I wanna see if I can get a copy of both contracts, put it in my mailbox. That's fine. That's what I want to do. I want to look at it and see what night when stuff don't usually go down. And then, Chief, if I have to, I will call you because I want to find out about storage and the auction of cars and all of that in this contract.
I haven't read the contract, but it was similar to our previous contract.
Yeah, I ain't read it either. I think it's fair for me to at least read it. So I'll keep it moving with my vote toward council. Hopefully I don't see nothing that raises a funny flag with me between now and Monday, but if I do, even though I'm shy, I don't have to talk about how raised the issue. On some issues I am shy, but on city business, all right. We are without a contract now.
I think this contract is for this fiscal year, 24.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy?
I got a question. When you guys tag cars, what I've noticed in the third ward, specifically, I'm thinking about all the river cars, and then maybe with the CC Drive We were sitting in a sole officer with a tag, cars with residents on, and I go, and he tagged me, and they, peeled the stickers off the cars. I'm not sure if any of my other colleagues dealing with the same issue. So, when do you guys pull action for a car? How do that process go? So, if an NSO officer go and he put the tag on the car, what happens next?
Well, they usually document it and give them a time period to remedy whatever the situation is. If it's been parked on the roadway, they give them a time period to move it. If it hasn't been moved during that time period.
So, this particular area, and I don't want to put the street out there, but he go to them, they still sit there they done took the street and turned it into a junkyard. We tag the cars or they get vacant lots. The cars get tagged, don't let them tag. So I'm trying to figure out when do the actually torn start? Who responsible for, okay, if an NSO officer did, they give us 7 or 10 days to move it, and it ain't moved. Then when does, it seems like that's where the ball gets dropped at, and the cars are not getting moved at all.
Well, it depends on the situation. Vehicles are getting tagged and they're getting pulled, but some vehicle owners, they'll move it to a different location on the property, and then the clock starts again. If it's an obvious vehicle that's been parked there for some time, there's been no action taken on that vehicle, then they are doing it.
So what do the NSO officer dispatch? How will, when you get put the tag, will that tag come to you guys? How will that work?
That's a company police officers, stays with the neighborhood safety officer program.
So the NSO officer, which I have, when I call, okay, the residents will call me, I call him, I have him go over there and look at it. He look at it, he tag it, and then a week or two later, the residents call me back about these cars. So I'm just trying to figure out something that's missing where when you keep on tagging the cars, they not get pulled. So do you want me to send you an email sometime? That's happening?
If you would.
Okay. This is a weird situation. They turn the vacant lots into junkyards. All right, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
This was one of the calls that I had called you about and emailed you. Mr. Blackwell, I didn't ever get in contact with you.
Who, Mr. Blackwell?
Mr. Blackwell, your Cub Scout, old Cub Scouts.
Yeah, I spoke with him several times. Well, you didn't want to give my cell phone.
Yes, I did, because you wouldn't take my calls. And he kept calling me.
Yeah, I spoke with Mr. Blackwell several times.
Okay, I'll give you another route to me, but Mr. Blackwell was good.
I was joking.
Okay, so here's the problem. Complete on, I wish the city would take it, and it's a problem. People use Flint like a junkyard. I'm so sick and tired with the NSOs. Give me that truck, I would ride around tagging everything they need to tow and sell. Because they contribute to blight. You got trees growing out of trucks in the back of them and cars. It's rust. Some vehicles have rusted on the cement and on the city street. So that NSO, I do not know why the problem with it is so cheap, but that part, I wish you could get that together, because that's the blight. If the NSOs did their job, that takes care of a huge part of blight. And that's the problem. If you're riding all day just ticketing people, and people paying attention, because these ticket prices is high, they start telling people, your grass not cut is $250. They start cutting grass. You need to start tow everything. Ticket and tow. I can care less because the vehicle's been there for years, since before you were here, some of them. And if they calling me, I'm gonna be calling you or emailing you, and I know you passing me on the book. But I don't care at this point. I just want them gone. Because there's some problems they know. Residents know. They know that they will peel that ticket off or to slightly move it back. And somebody in this office are telling the residents what to do. They're coaching them. It ain't their job to do that. Because these cars have been here for years and years and years and years. And they get flat tires, full flat, no windows. They got garbage on top of some of them. They put that garbage on top of the car that's sitting on the street. Well, it ain't my ward no more, it's Flint Street. So I'm putting it out there. And so the garbage man get it off the top of the car. Where we do that?
Wow.
Tow these cars, sell them. That is contributed. That would be a great thing. I mean, get these cars out the lot. They use land bank. They store them on land bank. They put them there. Ain't no plates, ain't nothing. You people just, they bring old trucks and just everything. And piles in campers. I'm a camper. That guy had a camper in his front yard. The camper was a 1950s camper. I mean, it just gets bad. And then you get problems like Walking Street. Or like the one that Judy had in her ward. And then there's one guy who's storing semi-trucks in the aerial view. I'm like, how do you get like 15 semis in the yard?
Where is that?
I'll give it to you. I have no problem. I think you have got to, this is a win-win for you. It brings in revenue and it cleans up our neighborhoods. Because if you have 5 cars and 4 of them on flats, you don't need all them cars. And they on the street and they look terrible. And Mr. Blackwell at this point, he called me every day. Every day. So somebody gonna have to go out there with him, look like he's gonna be Street, because he wants to talk about it some more. And I don't blame him. He sits in his yard, he keeps his yard up, and he looks right across the street. That person has got, I think, 4 vehicles.
And they're all tagged, and as he told you, then they peeled them off.
Yeah, and they've been doing it. I take pictures. I did this last year. And they keep going, so the cycle is they keep repeating. So how do we stop it? Do we need to write an ordinance, or do you need to present an ordinance that they're doing this? I mean, we gotta stop this fraud. City can make money. You can use that for hiring more police, which I advocate. Flint Police Department's hiring. Go on our city website. I will pass them out at my meetings now because I want to have officers who can take care of it. But this is a win. We clean up the city makes revenue, and it's jump cars every week. Even my daughter went to college. Your daughter is 65. Why is that car still there? And she don't even live in Michigan. So these are very real things. When grass is growing out the cement in front of cars, I think on Mallory Street to down in the cul-de-sac. I mean, we need to work on this.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion? In the second round, any discussion in the second round? Mr. Mays? Go ahead.
Chief Green, I was looking at the contract as it relates to notices. And it said notices to the city of Flint shall be deemed sufficient in writing and mail. Postage prepaid addressed to the chief of police and city clerk. And I wonder, do they have to be addressed to the chief and the clerk? That's on page 6 of 8. Seems like they could be one or another. I don't know what the legality is, but I would hate for something not go right because they wouldn't address the role of the chief of police and city clerk. If you get a chance, look at that. And between now and Wednesday, I want to know if that end should be 4. Because I don't want to see nothing messed up on the technicality. The notice, I'm trying to figure out what type of notice it is. I see in the contract it's an arbitration type of dispute thing, but I don't want residents that's not on technicality, so they know it's with address to the chief of police and the city clerk. I want to get some clarification on that. Through you to the legal department, make a note of that question that I got. On page 6 of 8, you know this section, if it relates to the chief of police and the city clerk, and I don't care what the attorney say, I said, you know, plan and provision means, I'm not even asking the clerk to get that thing in writing. Y'all here, you got a mandate to be here. I'm asking you a question in an open council meeting, and I'll see if I get an answer back. I'm never here to agree with, put it in writing. That's something an attorney can't make, because I've been on this council for 10 years. So I'm asking that contractual question. I still believe I'm compared to contracts we have on Monday, but right now, on the surface, people thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Burns.
So Chief, I'm sorry, hold on. Through you, Madam Chair, to legal. This ordinance, it needs to be updated because people are cheating, not removing that tag. Can we look at that ordinance? Is that, I guess this is not good.
Yes, the review of the ordinance is something that can definitely be looked at.
Okay, so through you, Madam Chair, to Madam Clerk, can we have that ordinance, because whenever they slick with it, so that we can have that looked at, so if they're removing those orange, bright orange neon stickers, that it should be a penalty if the vehicle has not been removed, because the vehicle stayed in. The only thing they move is the sticker, and it's not even taken off very well. Mm-hmm. You like that? So if we can get that ordinance, because these are a lot of costs. These are the same costs that we are all collectively taking. And then we need you to talk to your NSO. Do not give these people on how to move your vehicle slightly, put it in the land lot. None of that.
What's your request?
Do you want that on the legislative committee agenda?
I think I may want it on finance. We don't need to get to legislative, because my next one is going to be how much revenue is made from these vehicles that are towed.
I can't give you the exact number, but so every vehicle is impound. Depending on the condition of the vehicle, the owners might retreat those vehicles.
But you still get fees from that.
Yeah, it's like $60, $70 for the impound.
What's your request?
Regardless of legislative finance, I'm trying to see if you want to get that on there now. Yeah, worry about it later.
Okay. You want your ask if I make an amendment to council manager, you ask if I make an amendment, send it to legislature. Or if I, well, we can. So let me, because I took some notes. So if we can get you, Madam Clerk, to, we can update that, and then for stickers to remove, and then if we can have a conversation, so it's not gonna happen in any less than 3 minutes. I only need a few minutes, okay, 30 minutes, I'm not gonna, maybe 30, because this is a problem. And some ideas that, because people got like food truck services on their, box trucks, campers, and they got boats. I mean, and that boat ain't been in the water since they towed it on there 25 years ago. And so I want to, it's a blight issue. And so, and we have collectively, I've seen it in every board and all over, and that's a win-win for everybody. for council, for administration, for the city. It's a win, and it makes your property value go up. I mean, when someone goes to their your property, and you got the junk man living next to you, you're not, it's a hazard. Nobody gonna live next door to the junk man or junk woman, they just don't. So we can update that, and then also with NSOs, and it's with NSOs with the problem, you got a truck, and they ride around all day. Are they ticketing people, or are they only calling complaint? Are they actively getting out and writing a ticket? Or are they just saying if we call or they get a complaint? They're only addressing if a complaint come in.
No, they should be driving around, observing issues, issuing citations, addressing the issue, along with following up on complaints.
Because if you ride the 6th ward, you go and supply. I don't know what you want. You can write tickets all day long. You do one street going from east to west or north to south. You can write tickets. That helps our city to look clean. I like my MSO, but I truly do. But I think looking at the job description, I know how that goes. But the number of tickets, how many tickets? I've asked, and we give to all of us. How many tickets have been written in the past 6 months from our NSOs? That would give us, I want to know. Because I ain't got to ride all day. You can go to the next block and see that, the ticket. If you got a truck, I'm calling about a truck and a car and a camper and a boat. And then the house next door got grass 3 feet tall. Write that ticket for that grass too.
Excuse me, this is really important information. I'm going to give you information that the city attorney already has that information has from that because we shared with me when I was discussing it.
Okay, thank you. We did the enforcement. That is a huge issue. And how many NSOs do we have now?
We have.
Is it 9 anymore?
No.
We have,
It's 8.
we have 1, 2 of them workers' comp, sick.
Okay. I would like to have a conversation. I will shoot you an email about this issue.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Is there any other discussion? I was going to say for first. Okay.
Since we're talking about it, y'all kind of we're talking about the NSOs. I was told that we have 8 now, because at one point, the 7th ward NSO was being split between the 9th ward, but then the 9th ward's person was supposed to be back on August 21st. Is that not accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
That's not accurate, so we're still splitting.
When I say accurate, I mean, we have, I would just notify the NSO went out on workers' comp on entry, so I'm not sure.
Okay, all right. I don't know, I do agree with my colleague, there are some questions when it comes to the NSOs and the ticketing and process and how we're spending our time. So I'd love to have a conversation with you about it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and to Councilwoman Burns' point, there's a car that's been sitting on Seminole Street probably this entire year. Well over into last year, just sitting here. And I just want to know, what are the NSOs doing? Are they driving around? Tagging, I got on DuPont Street, right there at DuPont and Welch. There's a house with about 3 cars, and these cars are not in operation, they're not operable. They have flats and everything. I mean, we got to start enforcing the ordinances. We have ordinances, and we have to start enforcing them. So
like, yeah.
People are parking, their cars on sidewalks. I got a car in my neighborhood. That car been sitting here on the side of that house since they probably moved in that house. I mean, come on. And as a council person, I shouldn't have to ride around and make notes and turn in these issues that I see. Whereas I feel like the NSOs should be doing their jobs. And it's not happening. When I leave my house to go to work in the morning, I should see every red truck in this city out working. It's not happening. So we got some issues. And those NSOs, I'm sorry, they need to do the job and start tagging these cars. And that car on Seminole Street, I want that car gone.
No problem.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing how we're talking about money, even though the resolution is about insurance only, although this is, what about these cars that are stopped? What about these cars that are in the backyards of people's property? I get calls about that all the time. And I drive around looking for places. I take pictures of properties that have issues. I've got lots of people living in motorhomes. How much of that is the NSO's job to ticket versus the city building inspector to ticket? I don't know for sure whose responsibility that is. So I can send in a complaint saying these people are living in this motorhome. I got lots of comments about that. But now that it's getting to be darker in the day and at night earlier, and I'm working, I'm back to work, I'm not able to go out and drive like I was while I was off this summer. So I don't feel that I am able to help my residents as much. My NSO was off, I know that. I caught him on the day he came back. I saw him, I ran out and stopped him.
Okay, too.
Because I had a number of properties that I reported multiple times. And I had lots of comments from people about how they seen the NSO. That he was out and he was ticketed, and I was happy. Haven't been anything like that, but I'm not getting a lot of complaints right now. So the question is, question is, what do we do about those vehicles that are in the backyards that have been inoperable for years? The vehicles that are sitting in people's driveways, the boat, and I have a property in my neighborhood that is semi-legal in my mind, not sure if it is or not. It's got a motorhome and a boat in a corner lot.
Right.
One's on the side of the house, one's behind the house. But it's a corner lot, you can see both of them at the same time. So, what do we do? And what are your responses and how do we handle that? Because I get more complaints about things that are happening behind people's homes now than I was before in front of people's homes.
Well, the simple solution is enforcement. Like everyone's requesting. I mean, it has to be done and it will be done. But my personal opinion, issuing citations to vehicles or putting a red tag on it, some individuals, they can care less about that. They can care less. My personal view is impounding the vehicles.
Yep.
But that takes them off of the road for an hour.
I understand that, but there are individuals that we refer to as consistent violators. They can care less about the citation. They could care less about attending blight court. But they might care a little bit more about getting the vehicle impounded.
So that's a responsibility that you need to direct to your NSOs and say, give counties vehicles. And I would appreciate that if you could do that.
No problem.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief Green, I appreciate it. Seeing that was the last person, was there any other discussion on my? Okay. Yes, sir, we did. Yes, you did, both. You were the first speaker in both rounds. This, Madam Clerk, roll call to send resolution 230309 to council. Yes.
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 Yes. Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That motion will be sent, or that resolution will be sent to council. Our last resolution of the night for finance is resolution 230310. I will entertain a motion.
No discussion, just vote. Let's go.
230310.
Go.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion to, move this to council.
There's a motion on the floor to send resolution 230310 to council. Is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded to send resolution 230310 to council. Is there any discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair, I don't know how I want to vote on this. Through you to Ashley and or Ms. Green, can you approve? This is giving money, what, to the neighborhood engagement hub, how much money is it? $594,000, and what is it going to be used for?
Okay, so it's a neighborhood cleanup project. They have 9 organizations that they will be a fiduciary for.
So they got 9 organizations,
That they will be a fiduciary for.
and they fixing to try to get the money to those 9 organizations. What are the 9 organizations?
I know that the South Side neighborhood is one. The East Side Fiduciary is another one. And the Carriagetown. Okay, the Carriagetown Neighborhood Association. The College Cultural Area Neighborhood Association, Cyrus Park. And then each one of the wards. So when we were looking at this, we were looking at some of the wards that no one really, any applicants.
Yeah.
So we decided to give, 1, 3, 6, and 8, which we're not applicants, give them 50,000 as well.
What is the neighborhood engagement hub going to do? Act as a fiduciary?
Yes, for all of the wards.
No equipment?
Well, the 2 shed, I believe they're asking for.
Yeah, how much more equipment is the 2 shed? I remember giving them their first 0 turn. I went with the gentleman.
50, so all of it is 50.
What is the neighborhood engagement hub asking for as far as equipment? Do you know? Can you
I don't know specifically on that.
I don't want to know the details about that.
Okay.
I'm hearing all of these different locations, but I ain't hearing nothing on the neighborhood in the Pearson Road area, which I represent.
That's what we're doing right now, so we
That's
did every board.
50,000 that you're talking about. Every board getting 50,000 in addition to support. That's what I'm hearing.
No, this is 50,000 for a cleanup period, every ward is 50,000. And then the
So
mayor.
all of those neighborhood organizations you just named, they get 50,000.
Right, that they serve different wards already.
They serve in that particular ward. how many wards are being served by those specific names that you gave? And how many wards is left by?
So it would have been five wards that were served by those organizations.
Name the 4 wards that was left by.
1, 3, 6, and 8. But we gave them the
3, 6, and 8.
They didn't have any applicants for cleanup. So we put it under the neighborhood of 50,000 for those wards as well.
And then who gonna do the work?
So that's what you all.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna look at it.
And then he also gave 10,000 to each council member.
Say what?
And he also gave 10,000 to each council member to put on
I
that.
can't hear, there's a lot going on.
There's also 10,000 for each council person per ward to do other stuff with. Each council person, 10,000 for their ward.
So a total of 60,000.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanna hear, see more details on this. And, I don't know how do you suggest I get the details?
Okay, so we did submit to you all the spreadsheet with all.
Say what?
We did submit to you all the spreadsheet with all of the applicants on there. And then as I met with everybody, I gave them a spreadsheet that was broken down.
Everybody?
I only have two
You met
people.
with everybody?
Well, I have
What
two.
did I say you didn't meet with me?
That's what I'm saying, it's 2 people that didn't schedule to meet with me yet. And that would be you and Quincy.
Whoa! And I didn't schedule to meet with you?
That's it.
How would I know to schedule to meet with you?
I sent the email out.
I don't look at emails. I answer my phone.
Yeah.
So you might wanna know that from now on. I'll make the clock run.
Okay, and I think
We'll have another conversation.
Thank you.
I just want to say this too.
Thank you, Mr. Mays.
Okay.
Ms. Murphy.
Give him a biscuit.
Here's the problem I have with this, $594,000. So we earmarked $1.5 million, Julie, if you can, I know you can put it with your fingers. Can you go and see how much we earmarked for parks and recreation? Because we earmarked $1.5 million for parks and recreation. I've been trying to meet with Nancy Edwards, who was part of the recommendation of the park and recreation. I'm trying to meet with the one guy that works in the planning department, Roy, or Gavin, that has been working with the parks and recreation, because I was interested in seeing what the amenities was for the different parks. Now, originally, we was told that they was gonna be with each individual council person to see what it is that they wanted in that park, and make sure we align, because I know there's some things with movie park that I want to discuss.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, is that, germane to this resolution, the parks? How?
He's talking about funding and he's questioning how this funding has been appropriated. That's what he's
There is nothing on here about Genesee County parks. I would say stay to, this is crazy.
So, my point to you with this situation, why, I got some questions, and we'll probably go back and look at this. You got $50,000 right here, for Cyrus Park improvement. If you got $50,000 going to, for this going up under the neighborhood engagement. So, if, that's going to the neighborhood engagement, and we already gave her $1.5 million, to why would you use $50,000 on the Cyrus Park when you got $1.5 million that you already care about for, the parks, but then you got it up under here, up under the $594,000 for the neighborhood engagement to do what we already earmarked in the $1.5 million. And then I'm looking at, a text from Athena that adopted Ophelia Lockhart. She applied for some money, but couldn't apply for her because it is city-owned property. So when she tried to apply for some funds for Ophelia Lockhart, she couldn't get no money, but yet it's still God moved and $50,000 card in this group right here. That's one of my questions. The other thing, you said that didn't know why apply for funding in the third ward. So you have the first ward. Let me look at it. You said you got 50,000 for Ward 1, 3, 6, and 8. But if you pull up the information, Good Church, that's in the third ward, that's on Harper Street, they applied for $50,000. And what I said before, in the new party to this one, was why didn't y'all take some of these organizations that applied that didn't have the capacity and find fiduciaries for it? So here, you got $594,000 that you give the neighborhood engagement hub, and they serve as fiduciary for these organizations. So if they can serve for fiduciary for this organization, why couldn't y'all go and grab Good Church, which is in the third ward, and did apply for opera dollars? Because in here, you guys said that nobody applied. They did apply.
If you don't mind. So the neighborhood hub will reach out to the applicants on that list for the areas that did not have a cleanup project. So they will reach out to them. So the money is going to them, it's your choice. If you want the church to be picked to clean up, then they can. But the fiduciary will be the neighborhood hub. So that is why we decided to do that.
So let me ask you this, why would you give Cyrus Park $2 when out of this right here, when you already been on $1.5 million parks and recreation for communities? So I'm not understanding.
So this is just cleanup, this is nothing to do with amenities, flowers, or anything. This is just period cleanup in their area. So that's the difference.
Genesee County, we contracted with Genesee County Parks to clean the parks up. Somebody on that city council was for Charlotte Park, when you know, I got some issues. I'm not even
Oh my God.
So, here's my question, okay? Because we are supposed to do the work, and this is doing the work. So, that litigation is and I'm going back, I'm listening to what Councilman Murphy, because I have questions too. So, they're $50,000. So, Cyrus Park, they're giving it to Cyrus Park Association, is that correct? And Cyrus Park Association is Chanel. She is, okay. That is her nonprofit. See, this is how we get money through stuff. And they call it, I call it laundering money. This is me. Because this is hers. Okay, well, I know you would know. You would not know. Because I didn't know until Ashley Capital told me that $1,500 check was made out of Cyrus Park Association, which is her association. And then here it is, her association, through a fiduciary, that's to clean the money up, and getting $50,000. That's not good money.
Whoa.
Non-profit. Oh, Eric's.
Oh, wait. Another million.
More than.
It's not, you're right, it's being laundered, in my opinion. It's being laundered. Because she is the director of that organization. She is the She's the originator of that organization.
She wrote
In
the
addition,
letter, she's in the
her
group.
husband is over that organization. He holds a part, and then it's 50,000 of our ARPA fund, and then we got Asa that was just up here underneath the gun. $50,000 for his facility.
That's why she ain't here today.
This just grinds me. And it's not Miss Shelley's first great Mrs. Shelley. It is not, I know, yours. Because when we're finding out things where people getting checks made out, and you may not have seen it to you, but like this is one of the checks.
Wow, that is.
So when they get checks, and this is not speculative, and then we got other organizations who aren't getting anything. And so on this was she originated it, and she said, oh, it belongs to the public. No, it does not. You originated that, your name is on it. It is on it, and it's stated, because here it goes.
Wow, sure.
And it shows President Liddell Lewis, Treasurer Michelle McDonald, Secretary Shaylin Williams, that's her husband, Director Liddell Lewis, Director Shaylin Williams, Director Michelle McDonald. Wow. This is, no. She should not be getting this money. I'm sorry.
Give it to her, lock her up.
Community organization, and it's like you hustling the city. I know you're not doing it, but this is hustling the city. When you're so smart that you use a fiduciary to put your money through. So technically, by the charter, like you said, well, I'm gonna get ahead of something. I got all kind of problems. We got organizations who have been turned down and doing great things in the city. And they can't do it because they don't have money, because council people up here getting money. Council people get money. This is not Tanya Brown's thing, and she originated this in August 2nd, 2021. What? This was hers. And it is on here. Because we read up here, and no, we're not just gonna push stuff, they wanna push stuff and what stuff that people, I know, but I have to wait and hold my tongue when Council Murphy's over there talking. And I do, because it's not above board. It's not above board. And it's not, what she doing, her side, she got Kenneth Park, Iroquois Park, she got El Dorado Vista Park, which used to be in mine, and all these other parks. And she got one organization, Cyrus Park, which is hers. She should be applying for it. Why should she put in money for her organization as a council person? Why is she doing that? This is wrong. I'm gonna take
She's not here to defend herself.
If you Ms. Burns, a better question is why is the illegal 12-member body
approving it. That's exactly why this lawsuit for this. This organization approved her $50,000 for Cyrus Park. She was on the ad hoc committee. She was on the ad hoc committee.
Those
she knows.
The council.
And they can't, she running through her behind and they can't, that just grinds me.
Oh my God, you went there.
Any other discussion in the first
All I
round?
can say is Ms. Green needs to stay in Michelle Lincoln's house and ask for her $2,000. Every time she come up here and have to get criticized like that, you gotta pay me some G's. Or else I'm not going.
I understand. I want to use my time and
no, I got a Macy. No, I'm just playing. Go see what AC wants.
Association. I see Derek.
Mitch, give to Miss one. What you get doing?
And me. Tell me, give me one too.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Derek, I see that Carriage County Neighborhood Association is here to receive $50,000. Can you please tell this council what you guys plan to do. I know you sent me information, but I would like for my colleagues to hear, your plans for 50,000 as far as the lighting in this area.
So of the 54 outside, 4 or 5, because 5 have to go to the Fiduciary. So that's the and they're going to tear down and fix 3 burn down wood structures that right now are just foundations essentially. And 2 lighted pretty much houses that are fixable. They're privately owned properties. Nobody knows the boys or such is funds those.
Now, I know you did send pictures, but I'm thinking of what other, property that was burnt out, but it wasn't on that list of, pictures that you sent, right there on Grand Traverse and, Fifth Avenue, right there.
There was a picture of that one, which wasn't a very good one, so that one actually is
Okay.
is included as one of the 5 projects, yes.
Okay.
And so they either kind of return to basically just have green space. So we would just tear it down, we would fix the lot as well, so that it was cleaned up.
Okay.
And the local contractor did.
Okay. And the contractors that get the job done?
Absolutely.
All right, I just wanted to find out, and that is the project for the 5th ward, under the neighborhood, improvement. Okay, thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Burns. You're still in the first round.
Yeah, yes. And not let's go.
Oh.
I thought we take this to, we take this.
I can't say something here.
We need to let the civil judge decide on what we should do.
Okay.
Gotta get them on agenda seat.
Okay. So is there any other discussion in the first round? Is there any other discussion? Go ahead.
Send me from the, college.
In our court. I don't have no say.
All right then.
Okay. So, seeing how no one else wants to speak, I have, Ms. Sparks Green.
Sparky Green.
While you're coming up, so under this resolution, let me go to the resolution. It says that, the 50,000 for the 4th ward is to reopen the east side tool shed. So I understood it was closed because nobody was utilizing it. So why would we spend, if no one's utilizing it, why would we spend $50,000 to open it up again? I'm not in favor of that. That to me seems wasteful. However, I would love to have $50,000 in my board. The tool shed, from my understanding, is a repository of tools that people can check out. It's not an organization going to be doing any blood work. It's going to be buying tools for that area. And it was housed at the Latinx Center last time, is what I was told. Am I right, Lisa? With what I'm saying, am I correct?
That's correct. I can speak on it. Like, yeah, you're correct.
Were people using that property? Were using the tools?
No, wait a minute. Come up to the mic.
Yeah, come on, Lisa. You didn't know you were getting. Oh, okay.
Yes, so the east side tool shed was housed at the Latinx Community Center. The issue was that when it was housed, it happened right before the pandemic. So those 2 years is there was no movement in the community. But there was a lot happening in the East Side coalition meetings. There was a lot of movement, a lot of neighborhood groups that we worked with in cleaning up the neighborhood and addressing blight. And that was a lot of their questions and concerns and wanting that access, but that coalition never fully came back together after the pandemic.
Yeah, very few people are active in the fourth ward right now.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. So I have a problem with the way that money is designated in this resolution. I don't see that to be much of a viable, and that I just want to make sure that people understand that that is a concern I have, that the tool shed wasn't being used. There isn't an active organization who will be using, or even though I don't understand the neighborhood engagement hub will be supervising the renting of the tools, or the loaning down of the tools. You know, I just have some issues with some, especially with some of these boards where there isn't an organization to be that for the neighborhood engagement hub to be a fiduciary of, like the first, third, sixth, and eighth. You know, I mean, that's just saying you got $50,000. Now let's find a project. You know.
Well, no, I'm sorry.
I mean, that's what and that's really good and well to do, but we as council members don't necessarily have the means or the time or the wherewithal, I'm not saying wherewithal, the talent, the skills needed to, let's say, tear down a lens structure, get that. We don't have that. We don't have the connections. I don't. Go ahead.
Okay. So the neighborhoods that don't have that, then the hub will do a cleanup project for them. Because all the areas, all the wards need some kind of cleanup. So the ones that didn't, don't, like Quincy does have a good church, but they can still receive funding to do what you need them to do. But for those communities that don't have one, or that you guys don't see in your area that you want to choose, then the hub will do the cleanup project for you. I mean, it's trying to be fair.
That's just
all the wards that have to clean up.
That's just a political
thing.
Okay.
Thank you. I want to make a substitute motion to keep this in finance. I want to make a substitute motion to keep it in finance. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded to keep resolution 230310 in finance. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Murphy.
I think this is the reason why it's important to have engagement with city council and seeing what our recommendation is, or what we want to see when we put. I know community development block grant before, but I haven't really seen this since I've been on council. We used to be moved and make commitments to the community development block grant. I think up to 15% of the total allocated amount. With the ARPA funds, with the resolutions, I appreciate the effort to try to find resolutions to deal with life. It's just, I just think we might be part of the process like we should be. That's why we're here now. And hopefully we can smooth this out. It ain't that it can't happen. And we can't find solutions, but I don't think some of the information is accurate, especially when it comes down to no one in the third world applied. When you did have somebody that applied and you did something that's clearly out there doing work in the community. And I'm not saying they ain't going to take the whole work, but they are being impactful in the particular area that they work in. So hopefully if we do this back to finance, I didn't know I was supposed to reach out to you. I was waiting on you to reach out to me to schedule a meeting. But I would love to sit down with you and give you my recommendations on what I think, because I want to see the $1.5 million coming before City Council for the Parks and Recreation, because it's the end of the summer. We thought ballers was going to get put out on parks to stop people driving all on the grass and all of that. We get complaints, I'm sure other colleagues get complaints about cars driving through the parks and using the grass as a parking lot versus the parking lot that they do have. I just got a call from a big on the park. They sent me a picture of cars just. So even at the beginning, when they made recommendations on funding for parks. I think some parks are supposed to be getting pavilions. They just dropped the ball completely when it came down to implementing the park improvement plan. And before you know it, the end of the summer is going to be. So if they're contractors or they got to put out bids for all the different parks, that's going to be a heavy lift for them to be able to implement those findings.
Thank
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, 2 or 3 things. Ms. Green and Ashley, my MO, you have to get up. My MO, if you want me, call me. Hey. If I don't answer, call me back. Oh, yeah. I'm a councilman for real. I got 8,000 people. I answer phones and return calls. I don't fool with emails or he says, if the person wants me, call. If you don't get me, call me back. I got residents that call me. I have to call them back in 5 minutes. They don't answer. I call them 3, 4 times. I'm a councilman. If you want me, call me. That's my MO. And I guarantee you at some point you're going to get it. That's how I do it. Let me say this. I'm very disappointed on this substitute motion to send to committee. I'm not going to vote for it because I was waiting on my second 5 minutes. I'm not going to get caught up in the business circle. Ain't nobody hardly here. I vote to postpone it back to committee. You got 5 minute words in there, and then 5 votes just keep us in the business circle. Yep. You got 5 minutes to discuss multi-million-dollar business. You can't even do this in 5 minutes. You're right in the middle of trying to get the business up. Time up. Yep. Go back and look at the history of the city council. We never had time up. From Chester Simmons to Woody Everly to Scott Kincaid, there was no time up. This summer, Kate Mills them invented and Miss Priestley them thanks to the law. Yeah. You can't make policy and take care of business in 5 minutes. I listen to them talking about towing them cars through. It's our job to make ordinances in the law. Yep. You gotta put the work in. So I'm not gonna vote in favor of this. I hope it don't get 5 votes to send it back, because if it goes back, you got 5 minutes time up. And then they don't vote to suspend the rules to give you more than 5 minutes. We need a working session. We need to go through this. Do you know if you tell me $10,000 for each council member to direct? I need to know the details of that. I got block clubs and stuff we clean up for free. Been cleaning up for 10 years, 50,000. Do I direct that? Because somebody didn't call me and develop the policy. I'm not going to vote to send it back. I wanted my other 5 minutes. Ms. Priestley could have made this after her second 5 minutes. I instead of sending it back.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the chair? Go ahead, Ms.
So my question with this, I have a whole lot of issues with this. Starbucks Park, you were the ad hoc committee. Were you aware that that Councilman Lewis put in $50,000?
We had no idea who put in money for it, and I found out this evening at the same time that I was reading.
take that.
And that to me, when you got people who come here and she secretly did this to try to shame other people, that's the pissed me off. This is about as dirty as it can get. When we have to turn down organization, we got a council member gonna get 50 grand. She don't get 50 grand. I ain't voting, I ain't paid something. This needs to be redone, because I'm not giving her nothing. Nothing. Now we need to turn down organization. Nothing. And then she's not here, probably because she made, now she got caught with a $1,500 check.
Whoa.
That's been made out to Cyrus Park with Ashley Capital. Now it's 50 grand.
From the city.
I just think these are the things that should never happen. The 12-member secret committee should have never happened. This would have been caught. I don't care if it takes us to 5 o'clock the next morning to find this out. She shouldn't have put in for nothing. How dare she do that? Then she want to act like she has this high moral compass. After the food stamp lady called me, I knew something was wrong. Called Councilman Mays, I knew something was wrong. This is just not right. We done turned down organization. This needs to be removed. Cyrus Park has no business on this, and she needs to remove that. Just like she was asked to not vote on Ashley Capital. This is work. This is just horrible. We don't know the process. And she kept saying, oh, this is just a warning ethically that we don't know. You knew you put in for it, didn't tell your colleagues. She didn't disclose to anybody that she put in for it. Not one cent. She needs to be removed from council. That's just dirty. We don't do this. We got to tell organizations we don't have enough, can't get enough. I'm trying to give black masses of the 50,000. Carriagetown, which is doing beautiful things. Who people are here. Carriagetown looks great. Councilwoman Paradise is your award, not just because you're my god sister, but because Carriagetown looks great because people like you, Derek. It just, this council people putting in, and then saying the process we don't know who put in. We know she did. This is wrong. This process is screwed and flawed.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote on the motion to keep resolution 230310 in finance. Ms. Burns?
No.
Yes. Mr. Mays?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
What?
Ms. Priestley? Yes.
There you go.
No.
Yes.
What?
Whoa.
You say something.
Still ain't going nowhere. It needs fire.
Yes, 2 noes, that motion fails. Go ahead, Mr. Burns. Mr. Mays.
Oh,
So sorry.
Yeah, Madam Chair. This would be in the second round.
Correct, you are.
Mistaken on the motion to send the council.
Correct, this is the
I'm
second
not
round.
going to send it to council. Before it's over with, I might or somebody make a motion to drop it. Because it ain't gonna pass.
Drop it. Nothing.
Because I know what I'm gonna do with it. And I know Ms. Burns got fire coming out of her. I remember when she was campaigning, I told her on the phone, I said, your last name Burns. Just say it burns me up, something like that.
wow.
She's burning up.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think y'all can count the vibe. So this was gonna be start from scratch, just as it should be. And then folks who wanna call me, they call me. Sometimes haste makes waves. Y'all don't want me to find out that this Cyrus Park thing is that same 501c3.
Yep.
It is.
Yep.
If I find that out to be true, Joe, remember I got 2 resolutions that I want done by Monday. And Ms. Machad, even though I wasn't on the council, I look and watch this stuff and these tapes like a pro football player watching tapes when they play football. Listen to what you said, Ms. Machad. You said in so many words, and I'm paraphrasing. Forgive Ms. Lewis, overlook that, look at all the good that she's done. You said something of that nature. Now, if I'm wrong, I apologize to you, but I don't think so. Do you know all the good I've done in 10 years had something to do with declaring an emergency for a while? It made national and international news. Had to help get emergency managers out. Had to fix $12 billion budget deficits. Finance chair served. I ain't gonna name how many times I've cleaned up Russell, so forth and so on as I hit my burning colleague, he's making a point about Russell Street, and I'm a dog. With all of the good I've done, folks still voting to take me out of my seat for 30 days. Yep. For using a cuss word or two. 3. And I, 4. And I stick by the cuss words. There is 3 of those folks. The 3 people I named, Liddell Lewis, Murphy, and Ed Taylor. Oh my God. And I stick with that. And we don't know what the Court of Appeals is going to do, but I served my time. My point is this. I'm going to see if you want to forgive her and me. Because I'm going to count 5 votes. I seen Michael do something right there, and he said, I'm abstaining unless they abstain. But they have been, in my opinion, bought and sold. Bought and sold. Had they abstained or did the right thing, that $72 million recapture might not have been.
That's right.
It's not that important to me. I am a councilman. I've been a councilman. If I'm never a councilman again in my life, I had a friend pass today. If my funeral is tomorrow, they're going to say Councilman May. You can believe that. I was born in Flint on Patterson Street, and I'm here now. If I die tomorrow, they're going to refer to me some of as Councilman May. And I'm going to have a hell of a reputation. I'm not selling out. And I'm not going to let folks sit up here wrongfully punish me and then do things double and triple as bad, and we forgive them because all the good they done. Well, they ain't been here but a year. Yeah. They ain't forgiving me. And I've been here 10 years. They came in the office. I don't see what the priestly, the Bible, and the Machats do. What? Because I guarantee it's going to be a resolution if we can punish our own members. We done took an oath to live up to the child and enforce it. It's showtime.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Any other discussions?
Yes, I took my colleague in the first ward. I don't know, you said you don't want to bring the Russell Street because you're a dog. I mean, that's like a threat to me.
There you go.
What's your request?
No, you want to bring me.
I said you keep bringing up Russell Street, the street I live on, I'm a dog. It ain't a threat, it's a promise.
I promise you, on your best day, you ain't so as you think about wanting to anything. Guess who ain't never scared? Me.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, please get control.
She can't.
She
can't.
What's your request, Mr. Mays?
Mr. Murphy, I'm not trying to scare you, and if you feel scared, Let me make my request, Madam Chair, and I'll call a point of order, and we'll be in discussion on you now. Yeah. You want to play, may I finish my sentence?
Yes, you may.
Okay, then let me finish, and you stay out until I get done. How about that? You looking at me like I said something wrong, I ain't think my time.
Go ahead.
You interrupted me on the privilege motion. You didn't say that first. Mr. Murphy, if you scared, that's your business. But politically, I made up and chewed out and spit out council people who were better than you. So whatever term you want to use, if that's what you want to use, that's your business. But I'm going to continue to speak and talk politically as long as I live.
But whenever you get ready, Councilman Murphy ain't going nowhere. So you politically, you do whatever you want to do. I ain't going nowhere, and I'm gonna be ready for whatever you bring my way.
What's your request?
You gotta hold the chat and increase the fiber protection because it's gonna be a resolution to sit you down somewhere for about 6 months. Good.
Whenever you decide you want to do whatever you want to do, and y'all, this one out right here, this one ain't moving nowhere, and I ain't budging nowhere, and I ain't going nowhere. It's me. Like somebody's supposed to be scared of you. Somebody is not scared of you on no level. Talking about that dog. I'm gonna say,
this meeting is adjourned.
Wow! We got 5 people. I'm going to continue to chair this meeting. And if somebody else will ever this meeting is adjourned for lack of a quorum. Hey, wait a minute. What is that dog out here?
I wish you would have gone. I'm waiting on that. Let the dog out. Hey! You can't pour you on me. You can't pour you on me. All you is a whole bunch of money. Hey, hold that dog. What did y'all hold?
I'm waiting on that day, my brother. Don't shut him off. We're gonna have Eric talk. I ain't saying that. You know what?
Take the phone off of it. Take the phone off of it. Take the phone off of it. Go talk.
Set him down. Set him down. I did a line I won't let you do the line forward. Oh, yes, I won't let you do the line forward. Oh, please, so I can take us from Murphy dust. I got that much power. You and me up to the problem.
What you looking for?
He's about to die. About to die. That string, plug it back in. They wanted to keep going. John.
Oh, he wanted to keep
Yeah, he wanted to keep going. Camera's still going. Right here.
Hey, look, I talk about the taking of money and gifts. As soon as I talk about the taking of money and gifts, all hell broke loose. Oh, priestess, she want to protect them, don't want to live up to her oath of office and set them down for 90 days or 6 months. But it's showtime coming right now. Because I'm introducing the resolution. Here you taking money, gifts, right in front of everybody. And they mad because you're talking about it. Unbelievable. That's my friend. I'm promising to introduce that resolution. They want to be council people way too bad. Look, appreciate y'all watching. Stay tuned.
That's right. Appreciate y'all watching. Stay tuned, America. More to come. When the school teacher get here, she don't bring her pistol.
The fool that's howling at me. That's what you stand up over. Don't stand up over me sitting in my seat. Stand up over the fool who's standing up hollering at me. That's how white folk act. And police. I'm sitting here got the floor, they stand up over me. Stand up over that asshole.
Exactly.
That's what I know. That's what I know. People circling the wagons on me because the exercise.
What you treating?
They trying to take my treatment. I can't stand these folks, some of these folks. Now you leave.
Yeah.
Don't run the council like that.
They hurry up and jumped up.
It's fine, but you would question me to be a back of a wall. Go back out there and the brothers is hard. See?
You make it sound like that's a bad thing.
Wow, look at
It is politically, but this is Maurice Davis lost his spot. And I'm gonna let him know who he
Can't make it no big.
I ain't gonna make no secret of it. It's true.
Yeah.
You said I'm gonna do the Democrats and particularly black Democrats. Like you running stuff. It's gonna be a temporary victory that the Republicans run this UAW area. That's just temporary.
You ready to turn it off?
You can be proud, go home and brag and do right.
See? Shirley Temple.
Be nice to the Democrats. You're surrounded by.
There we go.